Guys, the president has resigned. And you all know that.
And no president lo wethu akasoza sihluphe. Kwayena ebesithi uyahamba. Samnqanda thina. Ekhawume kancinci mhlekazi man. Ethi uya-announce ngo-4 o'clock. Sithi uhamba uyaphi? Khawume.
His conscience has concluded that he doesn't have what it takes to be a president. The body might be there. The guy is gone.
Why do you have a problem in disclosing the names of people who have made contribution to you? Even if you were doing that for political party purpose or contest in the party. You were the deputy president, you are the president, and you can't take leave from yourself. You can't say today I'm on leave. I'm not a state deputy president, I'm a party deputy president. At all material times, you are the leader of our country. And the sooner you come to the reality that not everybody is a president of South Africa, and stop comparing yourself with other candidates. We do not have interest on them, they've not won. You are the president, and you shall be held with high standards because you are the president. You must never be shocked when we don't ask similar questions to nobodies, because you are the #1 citizen who occupies the highest office. And therefore, to compare yourself with nobodies, you are reducing not only yourself, but the office you are occupying. But this one, the last one, you'll answer me outside. How many of my members did you give money?
Ramaphosa is not our preferred cup of tea. It's not our preferred. But he can't be a deal breaker. We don't prefer him. We know that he was a collaborator. We know that he's got billions, but he doesn't produce anything. He's not in manufacturing. He's not in agriculture. How do you become a billionaire like that? You do that by selling out your own people. So we can say a lot about Ramaphosa. Herman Mashaba is a clown of note.
You listen to Mashaba speaking, you'll think it's a man who has lost his mind. He doesn't even have a sense of what is really transpiring around him.
What an excitement to be here in El Dorado Park with the team member, the team fixed member of
with no idea what he's doing. Not so intellectually gifted individual. The lowest in thinking amongst politicians. Even Gayton is better.
The team member, the team fixed member of
because he speaks against his own conscience.
So I have no time for Herman. Herman is like these other loud noises.
EFF is the organization that is more accessible to the media. There's no such an organization as accessible as the EFF.
But
I don't even think you know where.
Do you think there's a bit of an overkill from time to time?
I don't even think you know where the UDM offices are.
UDM?
Yes. You see? That's how transparent we are. We're here. We're just on your face.
We have a problem in this country. We have a serious problem. Nigerians have taken over the drug trade in this country, prostitution. They do what they like.
The business of drugs, he thinks he's making a point, Dr. Ndlozi. The business of drugs has been taken over by Nigerians. I'm like, he wants us to take over the business of drugs. He doesn't say we must close down the drugs. His problem with the Nigerians is that they can no longer sell drugs as leaders of Patriotic Alliance. They want Nigerians to go so that they can sell the drugs. That's what he said. He said, go and watch that debate. He said, the business of drugs has been taken over.
Lindiwe Mazibuko is black. And where does racism come in there? It's black on black. I'm refusing to debate with her because she's not a politician. She's a servant of the madam. I want the madam herself. Lindiwe applied to make tea for the madam, and then she must continue to make tea for the madam. I deal with serious politicians, but also we are not going to take our profile and then profile Lindiwe. For sure, you know that wherever we pitch up, the viewership, the listenership goes high like we're doing now. Everywhere the ANC speaks, people listen in their numbers, and we just play with that space and give it to a political non-entity. Lindiwe, we can't do that. People are going to be asking themselves, who's this one now who's debating with our political leadership? We cannot do that. At least the madam has got some little bit of profile. We can take her on that. When you say Lindiwe Mazibuko is elected, where was she elected? Because in the ANC we've got what we call the list process. Democratically members choose those who must go to parliament. In the DA you submit a CV. And once you've got an American accent, then you are going to be accepted as a mayoral candidate or a member of parliament. And it is that criteria which made her to succeed in becoming the MP of the DA. It's herself who says she met the madam when she was doing research for school, and later on she went to ask for a job from the madam. And the madam bought her with a job. We were not bought with jobs. We did not join the ANC because Comrade Gwede Mantashe gave us jobs. We joined ANC when it was difficult. We joined because we believe in the struggle. We joined because we believe in the cause. And that is why we came part of the struggle. She's not part of the struggle. She's a worker of a madam.
The leader of Freedom Front Plus, since he was made a Minister of Correctional Service, a man has gone AWOL. He's only coming back now to tell us that he's going to court and all manner of things. So there is no any Freedom Front Plus. It is an entity to represent racist agendas. And those people are relatives of the people who killed Chris Hani. They were in contact with the people who killed Chris Hani. So they will never want anything that is to benefit of black people.
Be frank with me about what gap that has left in the EFF. What is the impact of the departure of people who are literally co-founders with you in a movement like the EFF?
They have no impact.
Whatsoever, nothing. They don't even have a constituency.
No. Did you see that NPA? Did you feel any vacuum? You were there. Did you feel like there's something missing because so and so is not here? This animal is bigger than individuals. They have no impact. What impact will Dalimpofu have?
All right, let's put it this way. Surely they contributed in this 10, 11 years
Yes.
of building.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the role that you can, if you were to write your biography?
No.
And there was a chapter on Floyd and a chapter on Dali. What would summarize those chapters in terms of their contribution?
The heading will be the two betrayers. That will be the heading of the chapter. And that's what I will contribute in that book.
I'm not a pushover. And I'm not going to allow anyone to push me over because we've got some relationship. If my wife can't push me over, why would President Zuma push me over? For what? What will I be begging from him? Which I did not beg from him when I was in the Youth League, when I was in the ANC. So it can't be that because we are being civil with President Zuma, therefore, when you are civil with him, you can't disagree with him. You must allow him to push you around, not me. Me and President Zuma were very good. The same way me and President Ramaphosa were very good. But it doesn't stop me from saying he's corrupt, because he is corrupt. By being good to you doesn't mean I must not tell you the truth. If you listen to my speech yesterday in the Gauteng General Assembly, I said, you must tell the truth even if telling the truth to a lover or your lifetime partner or your wife or your husband. If it is the truth, it must be told. President Zuma is corrupt. And it's not me. The public protector found him to be wrong. He rejected that. We took him to court. That's why he had to pay some monies back in relation to Nkandla. So what more do you want? What is misleading about that? Because it was not only me. The public protector came to the conclusion that there were wrongdoings in Nkandla. The Constitutional Court said yes, he must pay back the money. And we were singing in Parliament that he must pay back the money. But it doesn't mean I've got anything against him personally. I'm dealing with issues of principle. And if it means telling them to your wife when she's wrong or your husband, I'll also do the same thing. We have no relationship with MKP.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, your go-to channel for South African politics and current affairs. If you are new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications bell so you never miss out on any updates. Now, today we have a very interesting topic, one that proves that in politics, predictions can be a hit or miss. Even when they come from seasoned analysts. We are talking about Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, his new career move, and how it debunks Prince Mashele's take on his future beyond the EFF. Let's get into it. Now, if you follow South African politics, you know that Prince Mashele is one of the country's well-known political analysts. Last year, he sat down with DJ Sbu on the Hustlers Corner SA, where he made some bold claims, not just about the EFF's growth, but also about his former spokesperson, Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi.
Oh, Dr. Ndlozi, by the way, I feel sorry for the chap with his PhD. He is no longer trusted by Julius. It's very clear. Anybody who has eyes can see. At some point, was prominent as a spokesperson, was removed.
He stated with confidence that Ndlozi was essentially finished in politics because EFF leader Julius Malema no longer trusted him. Now, while Mashele was right about the fallout between Malema and Ndlozi, something we all saw unfold publicly, he was dead wrong about what would happen next. Mashele listed the possible paths Ndlozi could take after EFF. Dismissing them one by one. He ruled out business, saying Ndlozi wouldn't survive in that space. He dismissed other political party moves as well. Basically, according to him, Ndlozi had no viable options.
And he has very little options, by the way. If he leaves the EFF, where does he go? He goes to MK. He is intelligent. He can see that this MK thing is not sustainable. So it's very risky. And remember, he receives a salary from Parliament via the EFF. And the salary is important. If Dr. Ndlozi loses his salary, he's going to be in serious problems. So that's the first option, is going to MK. He will not go. Number two, the other option is to go and find a job in society. What kind of a job do you think Dr. Ndlozi can? The chap has never worked. So the idea of waking up in the morning, going to a company somewhere, and doing work and we have deliverables, he has no idea of that. So he can't work. The best maybe you could say he can do is to teach. Is to teach business as an academic. No, I'll come to business.
Okay.
Even teaching, by the way, I have taught at university. I know how it works. You start by being a tutor, like a junior tutor, and you go up. Before you become a professor, my goodness, you've gone through a lot. He can't do that. He hasn't done that. Business. What kind of business? What kind of business? You can't wake up because you have failed in politics and you say, I'm a businessman. You know, Sbu, you are a businessman. It's not glamorous to be a businessman.
I sell in the streets every day.
Exactly.
And then I double up with him in the office.
Exactly.
And all these so basically, you are solving problems every day.
If you are not a businessman in your blood, you can't just wake up and say you're going to business. So if this guy wants to sell in the street, let him try. He will see it's very tough. So the options are limited, and he's aware of it. So what will he do? He will stick around in the EFF unhappily for the longest time in order for him to receive a salary. I feel very sorry for him.
But as we always say, politics is unpredictable. And what happened? Ndlozi proved Mashele wrong. Fast forward to 2025 and Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi is far from being stranded. He has officially left party politics and has taken on a brand new role as a radio host on Power FM, a major commercial station based in Gauteng.
Is the People's Bay, Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi. Sir, thank you so much for talking to Newsroom Africa. Please explain to us why you've decided to make this switch into media.
Well, I was approached by the chairman of Power on several occasions over the years, and more concretely in January. The conversation started already in December. I dismissed him, but it has since evolved and concretized just about a week or so ago. And I have a big interest in the upliftment of public discourse, in deepening the conversation in South Africa and participating in this difficult work of uplifting the levels of consciousness in our country. And with my little experience, and the Power people are convinced as well that I'll make some contribution. And this is, of course, within the broader journey that I'm beginning to take to return to the academy, but most importantly, civil society. I'm interested mostly there, which is...
This is a huge move, considering his strong background in political science. Remember, he holds a PhD from Wits University. The idea that someone with his education, experience and charisma would struggle to find a new career was simply absurd. Now, let's talk about what this means for him and the broader media space. We all know Ndlozi is articulate, charismatic and has a way with words. Julius Malema himself once said, God gave him everything.
Let's say we want a premier of Gauteng and we're negotiating, and I bring Dr. Ndlozi here and then I bring Panyaza here.
Don't look at me. I'm listening to you.
You are a voter. Looking from a distance, you must be able to say, but Dr. Ndlozi is the choice. This is a thinking machine. It's not only, I don't know what God did with that boy. So he gives him the brain, he gives him the voice, he gives him the activism, gives him the humility.
In fact, the lady say he also has the looks. I mean, I can't confirm that.
I don't see. I don't see.
I can't speak for the ladies.
I always try to look at him like, and I'm always like, but I'm better than this guy. I look much better than. And they don't look at me like that. You see, so, but I hear that. So, but he denied him something. He's short. So, and that's what I always enjoy. So when people come to celebrate him, they're like, my guy is receiving attention. The same ladies who are saying, no, he's handsome, but you're too short. So
you reckon you should be premier if you go for quality?
Huh? You can't compare. You can't compare. And in the cream of Gauteng ANC leadership now, who can match Mbuyiseni or Floyd or Dalimpofu or Umphile Maotwe? I'm bringing to you the quality which you must reject. Reject it if you want.
So, can he succeed in radio? Absolutely. But it's going to take some adjusting. Political debates on live radio require a different skill set from fiery speeches at EFF rallies. However, with his deep knowledge of South African politics, social issues, and the youth demographic, he might actually bring something fresh to Power FM. So what do you think? Did Prince Mashele underestimate Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi's potential? Will he be able to shake up the radio space and attract a strong audience? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and if you enjoyed the breakdown, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel and share it with your friends. Until next time, stay informed, stay engaged. This is Heads Up SA signing out.
We're at Cape Town Central Police Station this morning to lay criminal charges of corruption against Thembi Simelane for her involvement in the Eskom Vatrovian scandal. She's alleged to have received in excess of 700,000.
Well, the president should have put her on leave and, until this matter has been resolved.
Hey Mzansi, welcome back to Heads Up SA, the place where we unpack the truth behind the headlines and break it all down for you. Today we are diving into some serious allegations that could shake the very foundations of government accountability. The Democratic Alliance, the DA, has just laid corruption charges against none other than the Minister of Human Settlement, Thembi Smelane. Now, these aren't your average accusations. We are talking about over 700,000 allegedly stolen while she worked at a consulting firm called Vitrovian, a firm linked to Eskom, protest, fake employees and inflated invoices.
We're at Cape Town Central Police Station this morning to lay criminal charges of corruption against Thembi Smelane for her involvement in the Eskom Vitrovian scandal.
According to the DA, Vitrovian was hired to suppress protest at Eskom's Kusile power plant during its construction. But here's where it gets shady. The invoices submitted to Eskom were allegedly fraudulent, even billing for employees that didn't exist. And guess what? Thembi Smelane's signature is reportedly on the very first invoice. That's right, she's directly implicated in this scandal.
She's alleged to have received in excess of 700,000 rand for corrupt dealings that Vitrovian had with Eskom, billing them at ridiculously inflated prices, billing them for people who didn't exist. Smelane's signature appears on the first invoice, and therefore she's directly implicated in this debacle. And in the light of her involvement with VBS initially and now with...
But that's not all. The minister's name has also come up in connection with the VBS bank looting scandal. Remember that mess? Billions siphoned off while communities suffered. Despite repeated requests from the DA, President Ramaphosa has refused to release Smelane's report on these allegations. Silence at the top, and that silence is getting louder. So the question is, why is the president protecting her? If Ramaphosa is serious about rooting out corruption, why isn't he acting? But keeping Smelane in her post, some say he's becoming complicit in the very corruption he claims to be fighting.
And currently there's evidence that she's been traveling to Disney, spending money which is inexplicable, money which she was unable to earn as a mayor of Polokwane where she was. And so we are really surprised and shocked. We just don't understand really what is happening. And
that you refer to, be it the Disneyland trip, be it perhaps the car that was bought in cash, or even the stand that was bought in cash. All of this emanates from a specific investigation by a media publication, and she's gone on to respond and said, according to her, that was an unauthorized, at least, audit on her lifestyle in that respect. So just with those alone, what would have been the most satisfactory decision that should have been taken by the president?
Well, the president should have put her on leave and, until this matter has been resolved. Because what is happening now damages and it dents the image of the organization. It's the organization that we are much more concerned about. And even an individual has been found wanting, or she's been found wanting, that individual must gladly step aside and let the case be dealt with. Because it's not about her. She's been elected by a community, by society, to represent them. Now, if the community and society sees these allegations coming up, and it means that they are saying that we're not serious about corruption.
The DA says they are not waiting on the president. They've gone straight to the South African Police Service, demanding a full investigation into Minister Smelane's alleged corruption. At Heads Up SA, will be keeping a close eye on this one, because accountability shouldn't be optional, especially when it comes to public money and public trust. So, what do you think, firm? Is the president protecting his comrades? Will the SAPS actually investigate? And should Smelane step down while these allegations hang over her head? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop your comment below. Hit that notification bell so you never miss out on a breakdown like this. Until next time, stay sharp, stay woke, and keep your heads up, SA. What's up, Mzansi? You are watching Heads Up SA, your number one spot for bold takes and clear breakdowns of South African politics and social issues. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Hit that like button, subscribe, and let's get into today's hot story. Things are heating up between the MK party and the EFF, and at the center of it all, a fiery exchange between EFF leader Julius Malema and MK party Secretary General Floyd Shivambu.
We have no relationship with MKP. Our biggest enemy and immediate enemy that we are dealing with now is MKP.
It's such a very sorry and unfortunate, unintelligent observation.
We don't want to see anything that has got to do with that.
Don't worry about leaders of black political parties that say they do not want unity with MK. We are going to unite voters underneath them and leave them alone as leaders.
It all started after Floyd Shivambu, in an interview with Mzwandile Mbeje on SABC, responded to comments Julius made accusing the MK party of trying to destroy the EFF.
And even worse now, when MKP has made it its program to recruit leaders of the EFF.
No one who is destroying the economic freedom fighters.
Shivambu denied the accusation, but threw in a line that clearly didn't sit well with Julius Malema. He said,
if there was an intention to do so, we could have a program to recruit members of the EFF to join the Mkhonto Sizwe, which we can successfully do, by the way, including the national officials of the EFF. We can be able to recruit them because a lot of them, when we appraised them before we joined the MK, as understood squarely and fairly well why it had to be done in that particular way, including provincial and regional leaders. It can be done, but we're not in a mission of trying to destroy the EFF. We're in a mission of having a political and ideological organizational decision and discussion as to how do we unite all the progressive forces.
Julius Malema did not hold back. He took it to X, formerly known as Twitter, posted a short but sharp reply saying he's talking rubbish. Simple, direct, and totally on brand for Malema. The reactions have been wild on social media. Some MK party followers tried to calm things down, pleading with Malema to reconsider his tone and behavior, reminding him that they are all supposed to be part of a broader progressive left movement. One user even said, "Grow up, bro. All your peers are matured politicians now. You are the only one using such language." But Malema has made his views clear before. He doesn't see anything progressive about the MK party.
We are not going to sell the future generation for the dreams of an 82-year-old man who is corrupt to the core, who has formed his own thing for his own thing. Always, we are going to fight corruption during Zuma and after Zuma. Zuma is corrupt. We were not misled about the corruption of Zuma.
And this just deepens the divide. Meanwhile, some EFF supporters say Shivambu messed up by even suggesting they could easily recruit EFF members. Others say Shivambu is just bitter, accusing him of failing to build influence in the MK party and now targeting the EFF as it regains momentum. So here's the big question. Is this a political rivalry turning personal? Or is it the natural tension that comes with competing for the same base, the left, the radical, the revolutionary? The EFF feels betrayed by former allies joining MK. The MK party feels attacked for simply opening their doors. And somewhere in the middle, South Africans are left wondering, can these parties ever work together, or is this the new normal? Let us know in the comments below. Was Floyd Shivambu out of line? Did Malema overreact? And do you think the EFF and MK can ever truly unite? This has been Heads Up SA. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you want this video insightful. If you found this video, and share if you found this video insightful. Catch you on the next one. Keep your heads up, SA.
We have no relationship with MKP. Our biggest enemy and immediate enemy that we are dealing with now is MKP.
It's such a very sorry and unfortunate, unintelligent observation. What we know is that there is a common program which is contained in the Progressive Charter, which unites the Progressive Caucus in Parliament. And in our own internal discussions as Umkhonto weSizwe, we took time to characterize all political formations in South Africa. And we then said our characterization of, for instance, the ANC is that despite it having been captured by the white capitalist establishment, it doesn't become an enemy force. It becomes a strategic opponent which is contested. That is our characterization of the ANC. And then we said the EFF is not even an opponent. We said it's a potential strategic ally, because it more or less espouses in its foundational documents and perspectives, it espouses more or less the same values that Umkhonto weSizwe espouses. ATM is our strategic ally, and we then categorize the Democratic Alliance as part of the enemy camp. What maybe could help in terms of this politics of South Africa is that let's rise above subjectivity and deal with proper ideological and political characterizations of just what is the environment that we're in and how do we relate with the different political forces. But the childishness and subjectivity will undermine otherwise a necessary cause for the unification of all progressive forces, not just in Parliament, but on the ground. There's no need that if Umkhonto weSizwe, EFF, ATM identify that there are service delivery challenges in the municipalities of Alfred Nzo, of Matatiela, Mzumvumbu, Ntawa Mkulu, Winematikizela Mandela municipality, we must then organize separate matches to deal with issues of service delivery. We must do that jointly to say that these are the issues that we are raising. And it's not about dissolution of any party, it's about unification of the strategic objectives of just that, what we seek to achieve collectively on behalf of the people of South Africa.
Umkhonto weSizwe Party Secretary General Floyd Shivambu.
Welcome to Heads Up SA, where we bring you sharp analysis and bold questions on South Africa's political landscape. If you are new here, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Let's get straight into it. Papa Penny, MK Party member of Parliament and legendary musician, has once again grabbed headlines, not for his art, but for his political stance. He took to social media to criticize the MK Party's decision to redeploy Floyd Shivambu from the office of the Secretary General to Parliament. According to Papa Penny, Floyd's visit to Bushiri in Malawi was done in his personal capacity, and it's unfair to demote him for that.
I want to put these things clear of SG Floyd Shivambu. He never do anything wrong to his private life. He never do anything wrong to his private life. Anyone, you can go wherever you want to go in the holidays.
Now, here's the issue. Instead of raising his concerns internally through proper party channels, Papa Penny went public. As an MP, surely he knows that the MK Party, like any structured political organization, has internal mechanisms to address such disagreements. In his post, Papa Penny questioned why no one made noise when the DA visited Ukraine without the government's permission, or when AfriForum went to the US talking nonsense about South Africa.
You make noise about Comrade Fresh Bamboo. You never make noise about the DA when they go to Ukraine without permission of the country. You never make noise for this AfroForum who went to America, talk nonsense about South African people. You never make noise.
But here's the thing. My recollection is that MK Party actually opened a case against AfriForum. So who exactly was Papa Penny referring to? Was it Parliament, the leadership of MK, the media? That part wasn't clear at all. And this isn't the first time questions have been raised about how Papa Penny communicates. In a recent meeting of the Parliamentary Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, where South African Football Association was present, Papa Penny asked questions, but truth be told, I couldn't make sense of anything he said. And I wasn't alone. You have to wonder, did SAFA even understand what they were being asked?
Who's Mr. Hluyo? Engwena boat. All right.
Honorable Kobani, go through the chairperson.
Okay, Chair. Mr. Hluyo, it's you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Aye, wana weta. Okay. I have a question here that Mr. Hluyo, are you out on bail on fraud and mismanagement case involving SAFA Fund to CEO and new NEC? Why did the NEC fail to charge the CFO for his fraud and management of fund case? This practice raises issues of constitution as Ms. Namhla Mpele and others employed have been charged and fired based on allegation and breach of corporate government principles. What nationality do you possess? What are the other rules on responsibility you possess in the association based being in the CFO?
The core issue here is about leadership. MK Party deployed Papa Penny to Parliament. The question is he capable of delivering on the responsibilities of that office? The voters who supported MK Party, are they getting effective representation from him? Let's not forget, EFF Sinao Tambo has openly criticized MK Party for having a weak presence in Parliament. That's debatable, of course, but political analyst Prince Mashele has also publicly slammed Papa Penny's appointment, and the two have had a public back and forth about it.
Culture. You see, there's a guy called Penny Penny in Parliament. The guy has not been to school, but he happens to be Shangaan, by the way, so he's from my group. The guy has never seen a classroom in his life. He is a member of Parliament making laws for me. I have a master's degree. How could...
When a Prince Mashele awusitibile xikwembu xi nga ni rhwexa swona mavokweni ya mina loko ni tisiwa misaveni hi mamani wa mina a ni se hleka mina swisiwana or lava ka va nga dyondzangi namuntlha i ndlela ya wena ya tidyondzo ku ri tiva vuphuta namuntlha ntlhari ya ku fana na wena i xiphuta xo gcina loko ni tirhaka mfumo wa masipala for 14 years a wu zangi wu vula ku ri a ni dyondzangi na wena wa halwela ku ri u teka machangani matsonga ma ka n'wina u ya yisa hansi a wu tlharihangi u muyivi lonkulu u tholiwa ku famba u destroya vanhu u tholiwa ku famba u dya timali ta ti-bribe u dya timali hinkwato ya ku famba u kholela vanhu a ni se vona xiphuta xo fana na wena the leader, the sell out
So here's the question we are posing to you. Should the MK party take disciplinary action against Papa Penny for going against High Command's decision? Is this a violation of the party's constitution? This video isn't about bashing anyone. It's about accountability, clarity, and opening up the space for dialogue. We want to hear from you, the people who matter the most, the voters. Let us know what you think in the comments. Is Papa Penny representing the MK party effectively in parliament, or is it time the party re-evaluates its deployment strategy? Follow us for more updates and critical conversations. This is Heads Up SA, where your voice counts. Keep your heads up, SA.
Who make Bushiri to go in Malawi in the during of COVID? The president of Malawi, he came here during the COVID, where there is no deal and business of Ramaphosa. After he left, the president, Bushiri was gone. Who make these things? To make a favor to Bushiri. It's Ramaphosa and the president of Malawi. You make noise and noise. If we don't know politics, it's better we keep quiet. You never do anything wrong for the party. The government of South Africa, they're the one who let Bushiri go to his country. Comrade Floyd is not the police to arrest people. He's not the police. Once you fail things, you want to blame other people. What about those people, lots of crowd in South Africa who's visiting Bushiri in his church from South Africa? Why don't talk about them? Wina vanhu mi lava nhloko ya Floyd Shivambu. Mi lava nhloko ya Floyd Shivambu. Let him enjoy his life. He's gonna come back for his duty in South Africa. It's a holiday now. Everyone making nywe. Even the minister. You're interfering. Hey, you won't go to Malawi for Bush.
What really happened to Sindiso Magaqa, and why is the truth only surfacing now, 8 years later? Welcome back to Heads Up SA, the channel where we dig deep, uncover truths, and hold power to account. Today we are covering a shocking development in the assassination of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Magaqa, and what a chilling confession from a convicted hitman has revealed about political corruption, police collusion, and betrayal within ANC itself. Sindiso Magaqa, once a rising star in South African politics, a vocal critic of corruption, and a loyal ANC Youth League leader, was gunned down in 2017 in Umzimkhulu. He died 2 months later from his injuries. Now, in 2025, one of the alleged hitmen, Sibusiso Ngcengwa, has pleaded guilty to Magaqa's murder. In his court statement, Ngcengwa exposed a sinister plot involving 120,000 in cash payments, police-supplied firearms and vehicles, and even protection from corrupt officers. Ngcengwa admitted he was approached in Durban by co-accused Sibonelo Miyeza and told the job was to eliminate a municipal official threatening to expose corruption. That official was Magaqa. He named municipal figures like Zwelibanzi Skosana, the former manager, and Mluleki Ndobe, the former mayor, as masterminds behind the hit. After the killing, he and his accomplices were handed 120,000 rands in a parking lot at Berea Center, allegedly just a fraction of the full payout. But it gets even darker. Ngengwa claimed the AK-47 used in the hit came from the police. The getaway vehicle, also police-owned. And according to him, intelligence officers were told to look after them, chilling indicator of just how deep the rot runs. The confession has reignited political tension. Andile Lungisa, former ANC Youth League deputy president, has spoken out, saying they knew who was behind the murder and couldn't shake hands with some ANC comrades. He described Magaqa as an honest man, loyal to the struggle, and emphasized the need for accountability, not just for the shooters, but for the senior political figures and police officers involved.
Finally, the truth is out. Those who were behind the killing of our former SG, Comrade Magaqa, they are known today by each and every South African. I think all of them, the police were involved, the NPA prosecutors were involved, those who are part of the intelligence services were involved, the politicians were involved. All of them, they must be arrested, they must be chased away from those communities. We cannot allow criminality in our own communities, especially killing young people who have worked very hard for their own communities. Today is still very emotional, the killing of Comrade Magaqa, especially as a generation, because we know he stood for the truth, he stood for economic freedom in our lifetime in our own country. He stood for the poor and the working class.
Remember when EFF President Julius Malema claimed that Fikile Mbalula and others blocked him from attending Magaqa's funeral? Could that have been about protecting information? Some believe the internal mistrust in the ANC at the time was strategic, to suppress the truth about Magaqa's assassination.
The way they killed Magaqa, it was heartless. And Magaqa was also a high-profile politician in KZN and nationally. A friend of mine, when he died, Mbalula rushed to the family and said, Malema must not come here and speak. They refused me to go and bury him. I never buried my friend Magaqa. Refused by Mbalula.
And during Magaqa's memorial, Fikile Mbalula said something suspicious. While calling for justice, he mistakenly said, it's easy to find and kill these people, before correcting himself to catch these people.
Sayijonga le miba ikhona into engadibaniyo eneka uyijonga sosonde lapha kule ndawo ilula le nto efuneka siyenzi lapha sibulale sibambe aba bantu.
Was it just a slip or a hint of deeper knowledge? This case isn't just about Magaqa anymore. It's about a system that protects criminals when they wear suits and uniforms. Over 100 political killings have been recorded in KwaZulu-Natal since 2011. Magaqa's death is a symbol of the brutal pattern. As the trial continues for the remaining accused and the full extent of this conspiracy unravels, South Africans are once again forced to ask, who can we trust in a democracy built on betrayal? We will be following this story closely, so if you believe in truth, justice and real accountability, like this video, subscribe and turn on the notifications. We've got more coming on the Magaqa case and South Africa's political underworld. This is Heads Up SA, where the truth has no filter. Keep your heads up, SA.
No, Comrade Sindizo was an honest young comrade, very energetic, very loyal to the movement, the ANC. It came from the ranks of the Youth League.
That's in the America with boxing match Floyd Mayweather. The Tivana ne placard eto Julius baza ufoma umbutho. Damfonela uJulius dambuza. Ugwede uSG wayembuze enibizela uThuli House. Ndifika, it was on a Monday morning. Ndamubuza ukuthi yintoni lento ndiyibona phezu ezibhalweni. Wathi hawu uyabazi abantu bemedia banjani. Ayikho loo nto leyo, akho political party. Ndangena emotweni ndaqhuba ndayela uThuli House. Ndayosabela le nto SG endibiza kuyo. Xa ndibuya ku-SG uJulius ndimvethetha ku-SAFM. Esithi no siyayifoma i-political party. Ndimfonele kwakho efonini uthini athi Max. Ngokatshintsha ngabi sathi kuma hayi. Abantu ababhalayo bamnisithaphulela athi kuma efonini Max. Wenza into yokuba wena uphila kamandi. Thina sigothiwe mfondini. Siyayifoma i-political party. Angithi hayi na umeke mhlekazi wenza mistake. Because le nto yenzayo uyayazi ANC, it's an elephant. You want to take on the ANC at Khathaleli siyaqhuba. And the rest is history. Waforma ipart na interview apha na explain it. Emva koko ndathetha noSindiso. Both personally and over the phone ndimfonele. Ndithi ukule nto nawe yoJulius ye-political party. Athi hayi khuluma. Ndilapha. Ngalo xesha akekho kwasebutheni ususpendiwe. Ndimbuza nge-organization ezayo. Magaqa never joined EFF and never joined Julius.
MK Party loses Ward 18. Floyd Shivambu speaks. Internal wars heat up. Welcome back to Heads Up SA, your number one spot for unfiltered political analysis and real talk straight from the streets to the seats of power. The ANC has taken Thembisile Hani Ward 18 in Mpumalanga with a solid 73% victory. Coming in second, though far behind, was the MK Party with just 15%. The rest barely made a dent. Floyd Shivambu reacted, saying, "Tough luck, MK ground forces and candidates. We humbly cautioned that the focus on internal dynamics in the province will cost the movement. Despite the difficulties, MK continues to dwarf opponents of progressive black unity, no retreat, no surrender." Now, that statement right there, it lit up social media. MK supporters came out swinging, not against Floyd, but actually in support of him, despite his recent removal as Secretary General. Some MK supporters are even suggesting that Floyd should start his own party, but let's be real, that doesn't add up. Floyd Shivambu is a committed Marxist, a left progressive and ideologically aligned with what both EFF and MK Party represent. But here's the twist. He's not on good terms with the EFF or some in the MK Party. Remember, he left the EFF under controversial circumstances.
But the most correct, sound and best decision was to take the decision to join Umkhonto weSizwe and contribute to its politics. And I'm convinced that this is the correct path and the correct decision that has ever been taken in the history of politics. I'm taking it to a different perspective now. Yeah.
Starting his own party would just further split the left, the very thing Floyd says he's trying to unite. And just a day before he was removed from the SG position, Floyd made it clear that he's not going anywhere. If he leaves now, it's game over for his credibility. Straight up, he would look like a flip-flop.
And the other thing is that I'll never resign from Umkhonto weSizwe.
Never.
Even if I'm not in any of its leadership structures. I did not join Umkhonto weSizwe to lead it. I joined Umkhonto weSizwe to be a member, to campaign for its ideals and a program and vision, because I think that the manner in which it's conceptualized and how President Zuma get to explain what Umkhonto weSizwe is to all of us.
So what's really going on in Mpumalanga? MK Party's new convener, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, is in a cold war with the former convener Mary Pardee, and things are messy. Pardee has been openly calling for Floyd to leave the party. She says he and Mkhwebane are sowing division in the province.
Now that they've already set hands off, we knew there's something within MK Party that the SG is going to be removed. When he was removed, I was excited. I was happy. The way I was happy when he joined Mkhonto weSizwe. I was happy that he's not going to be part of us. On the ground from the political point of view, though, if they've taken him to Parliament, he can go there. But within the structures, it is.
So the question is, did the MK Party lose Ward 18 because of poor campaigning or because of internal wars and factionalism?
So definitely we need to capacitate our, we've got a prosecutor within the organization, Mr. Mgodedi, who deals with issues of discipline. So I think we need, as the province, to also have a committee which will then collate all those and prepare and send the evidence to the prosecutor for people to be disciplined, because you remember in the structures we have a lot of infiltration, I must say, and there would be organizations who would want to destabilize the organization, people who wouldn't want to do anything. When you come with programs, they would want just to postpone and destabilize in those groups. The only thing they talk about is negativity instead of being positive and dealing with issues of the organization in a positive way.
Don't you think that you...
Don't forget, during the national elections, MK Party came second in Mpumalanga with 16.9%. This by-election loss might not be the full picture. But if these internal fights continue, it won't matter how strong their national showing was. They will keep losing ground where it matters most: the wards, the branches, the ground forces. So what's next for MK Party's Mpumalanga? Should we expect a comeback, or is that the start of a decline sparked by internal conflict? Let me know in the comments below. Is Floyd being unfairly targeted? Should he stay, fight, or walk away? And do you think MK will bounce back in the next by-elections? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on the next deep dive from Heads Up SA. This is where we keep our head up, eyes open, and minds sharp.
The background of that matter was already clear. When you get ground forces that are saying hands off to someone before something has happened, it means they knew. And hence we wanted to correct, or I wanted to correct that with the video to say, you cannot say hands off before we even get the news. Now that they've already said hands off, we knew there's something within MK Party that the SG is going to be removed. When he was removed, I was excited. I was happy. The way I was happy when he joined Mkhonto weSizwe. I was happy that he's not going to be part of us. On the ground from the political point of view, though, if they've taken him to Parliament, he can go there. But within the structures, it is exciting to see that Floyd Shivambu has been removed.
Let's speak about the differences. You were excited when he was announced. You say you're excited when he leaves. How did you go from, oh my goodness, this is a fantastic value add to the MKP on the ground as a secretariat, to, oh my goodness, thank goodness is out the door of the secretariat? How did you go from the one to the other? Those are very extreme ends.
Look, Floyd has nobody to blame but himself. I don't know what he has done within a structure at the high level. I'm not part of that, but I can tell you what is happening with provinces. One of the things that he did is that he followed the propaganda to the extent that he ended up piloting the things that he should not be involved in. If you come in as the Secretary General in any organization, you first engage with the people that are running, in those provinces. And he decided not to go that route and decided to write 2 letters to remove me from the legislature for no reason. I don't know him. And he decided to do that. And he was surely destabilizing.
So don't make that mistake again of giving people who go to parliament to represent you, and after they speak, we can't hear what they were saying, like Penny Penny. When you vote for MK, you are voting for Penny Penny. When he finished speaking, no one can make sense of what this guy was saying. Whether he speaks in English or in Vernac, the guy is just a clown. He's not supposed to be in parliament. That's how MK has thanked you, the people of KZN. After you voted them, they gave you penny penny. And you don't deserve such things. Today, you must make an appointment with history and say that mistake will never be repeated again.
Stupid guy like Malema, who's going around his campaign and talking about penny penny. I'm not a member of EFF. He's telling people that I'm not educated. What kind of stupid he is? Malema, you are so stupid. You are enter in the wrong way. You're in the wrong turn. Why you don't get people who's educated to vote EFF? You leave those one who never go to school. I never been to school to adopt a language like you. Stupid, you're going to adopt English language. You think you are the best. You are nothing. I never want to not go to school. I never want that. But you think you are going to school, a idiot like you, who can go around talk about my name that I'm not educated. What do you have then to crook people, stealing money from?
Floyd Shivambu says leaving the EFF was the best decision of his political career. But judging by what's happened since, some say it might be just the worst.
He's threatening to form a party. Whoever has got access to that guy, just tell him the little resources he's got remaining, he must look for a plot and look for goat and just look after goat and have peace.
Let's unpack the latest bombshell from Floyd Shivambu and the growing backlash that followed.
The reason and where does this come from? So the president of Umkhonto weSizwe, whom I dearly and so deeply respect, is surrounded by political scoundrels who opportunistically use his kindness, sometimes gullibility that comes with age, to write down fake intelligence report to influence him towards the wrong directions. And the reason they do that is because they want to steal money from Umkhonto weSizwe. And they are doing so now. Withdrawal of not less than 7 million rand every month from the organizational coffers. That is what defines, and that is what, and we're talking about this because we raised it internally that stop what you are doing, because you're going to get the party deregistered as a political party, because there is no sound reason on what has been happening, and it's things that we can have any reasonable doubt, not because it's things that you can change, and it's things that you cannot fake. And for that reason, when we raise every TG who has ever raised that got to be removed as leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe. And there's no TG who has resigned as Umkhonto weSizwe. All of them were removed to then deal with scoundrels who surround President Zuma to steal money of the organization.
In a scathing press briefing, former MK Party Secretary General Floyd Shivambu didn't hold back. He said leaving the EFF was the best decision he has ever made. According to Floyd, shortly before his exit, senior EFF leaders met privately and all agreed on one thing: Julius Malema is not fit to lead South Africa.
And everyone that we spoke to, it's like they were to criminalize him, saying, I will never trust a person who knew that the deputy president is leaving, and then they isolate him by saying on the basis that he knew that I'm leaving. It's not only by saying it, those comrades knew, we discussed it, and we reached the same conclusion that we're not being fair to society if we say that this comrade can lead this country. All of us agreed with the people who are leading EFF now. That is basically, that is the reality of the situation. The people who are leading EFF, all of us were unanimous. And then the issue was, what do we do? If I wanted to destabilize.
Floyd claims that this view was a consensus, not just his own opinion, and that even some leaders who are still in the EFF shared those doubts about Malema's leadership. But that wasn't the only jab. EFF's Dr. Mtweni came out swinging. He dismissed Floyd's claims, saying Floyd Shivambu is a coward, lazy, and that he used people to work for him while doing little
himself. Floyd was the big problem in the EFF. I can tell you right now, a divisive man. But I don't want to really get into that. Many of us are injured because of him. And because if he wants us to speak, we'll speak. But we had to stay in the EFF because of the lack of this organization. I'm going to leave it there because I just say good luck to him, but I'm in a perfect organization. I'm very happy. Whatever things that in the EFF when we are there, there's some issues. They get debated. The whole day. If there's an issue, we debate on that issue. And I know that the top six will be there listening and everything. And all the position that we've taken, they'll be in the municipalities, they'll be everywhere. And whatever we need to do, I know there's a thorough consultation. And him himself, he was the center of the decisions that were taken. Now, when he's saying that it's a cult, it's a one-man show, I think I'm in government. I operate, and there's no limitations. The leadership of the EFF, we get reports, we get accountability and all of that. I think that is a coward. He's a coward. He could have raised whatever he wanted to raise within the EFF. But I would really, that is my personal view. But I'm in government. I know that the leadership will be conducting on that. But I know that EFF is not a cult at all. It's a very democratic organization. All you need to do in the EFF, you must work, and then you must account with the work. You must be.
On X, the backlash intensified. One user wrote, Floyd Shivambu needs to take a rest. He made terrible mistakes and should take full responsibility. Joining MK was not the best decision. It was one of the worst. South Africans, including prominent voices, warned Floyd in public about joining MK.
Floyd o batla le morapedisi ka ba ke utlwa bua ampua ampe mo Floyd are a nka setle enseng balula ampatle a ke o batle jo amkhala ku tsekisa nka ba na go tsibotsiwa go Julius na go tsibo zanga ka zabalaza le wena o tlile ka bona ba re mothukiwo so na ku batle a ke tsebe.
Floyd Shivambu continues to defend his place in the MK party, calling it the best decision of his life. But let's not forget what critics are calling it: a political joke, a Zuma family business that only survives due to the dysfunction in South African politics. Some say Floyd stuck between two fractured political homes, insulting Julius Malema on the other hand and questioning Zuma's inner circle on the other.
I heard about MK, I raised internally. Even against all odds, there's an opportunity to raise an issue about wrongdoing. I would speak and clearly speak against the untouchables there. People who take drugs and tweet at night and insult us. And we'll confront them and say, what is this about? And that is basically how we deal with these issues in terms of what happens. We'll never tiptoe around anyone in terms of principles. Always protect principle on how we deal with these issues. Thank you very much.
Textbook point of view, from social media point of view, because there are political leaders who are guided by social media and think trending on social media makes them relevant. Win all elections in social media, but on the ground they are nothing. So that is basically what we're dealing with.
Hinted at starting a new political party, but with this kind of baggage, will anyone follow?
Is threatening to form a party. Whoever has got access to that guy, just tell him the little resources he's got remaining, he must look for a plot and look for goat and just look after goat and have peace.
A lot of comrades came from Mkhonto we Sizwe, from the ANC, from the EFF to say, what then do we do moving forward? Because I did explain to them what were the developments. And a substantial number of those say that don't ever try to join the ANC, and I fully agree with them. That will never join the ANC. It's directionless, it doesn't know what it's doing, it's in collaboration with the white system now. And there are those who say don't ever join or rejoin the Economic Freedom Fighters because it's a cult. And I agree with them. There's no space for sound ideological reasoning, and there's no self-respecting person who can join both the ANC and the EFF. I agree with that fully. And there are those who say that there's fundamental weaknesses with Mkhonto we Sizwe, that the organization seems to be run by a family and seems to be inconsistent on issues of discipline, seems to be directionless and sometimes takes conservative and reactionary positions. That we should form a political party or a political movement to contest the 2026 and 2029 elections. My view about the formation of a political party is that a political party must never be founded by an individual. My prompt response to the first number of people who came was that let us not form a political party, let us fight within the existing political parties. But that if we were to form a political party, let us go to the people of South Africa and ask them if they want to have a political party. We can't form a political party as a group of friends and as few individuals. So a political party should never be an individual project where you feel like, no, I want to start a political party and then you start it. It must never be a family project. It's very dangerous to have political parties which are family run. A political party must not be a tribal or ethnic project. In South Africa today, a political party must not be regional, must not even be a provincial party. A political party must not be a platform for self-enrichment. It must not be a fiefdom. It must not be a cult. If anything, a political party should be a fighting instrument and vehicle for the people of South Africa, must deeply espouse the principles of democracy and democratic consultations in terms of how decisions are taken, must be transparent and must be accountable in the work that it does. So to the comrades that came to say let us form a political party, we said that we can't take that decision. Let us subject that process to the people of South Africa. So we're here today to announce that we're going to be convening the process of consulting the people of South Africa on the formation of a political movement that will be a true representative of the people of
commentators say if Floyd really wants to lead, he needs more than bold claims and press briefings. He needs humility, accountability, empathy, because without those, he's just a lost voice echoing in a void of broken trust. So, South Africa, what do you think? Was Floyd brave or just bitter? Was joining MK a masterstroke or political suicide? And is it too late for him to reclaim trust from a nation still hurting from false prophets and failed promises? Drop your thoughts on the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a story that shapes our democracy. This is Heads Up SA, where we say it as it is. Until next time, keep your heads up, SA. At the Andrew Mlangeni Memorial, ANC Secretary box reflected just that. And just when we thought Mbalula was done, he circled back to a controversial comment he made earlier, saying ANC is not Mamelodi Sundowns, a direct response to rumors that billionaire Patrice Motsepe had presidential ambitions within the ANC. He addressed the backlash head on. I was voted in, he said, guided by ANC laws, and he addressed the backlash head on. Mbalula said this is not the time to talk about succession, not with the ANC's current standing hanging by a thread.
Last week in Negili East,
didn't want to work. Let's talk about that. When Panyaza Lesufi was removed as Gauteng convener but kept his position as premier, eyebrows were raised. Why him? Why not the others? Well, some argue Lesufi isn't just a premier, he's a power player. Removing him completely could have just caused blowback the ANC can't afford right now. But for Siboniso Duma and Bheki Mtolo, the story is different, especially in KZN where many voters celebrated their political downgrade.
Kikao, batho ha ba sa sebetse. Ba sa sebeletse lekgotla ba dula ba le di WhatsApp group ba nyefola. A re na nako re tla ba reconfigure re ba fe matla re bitse ba bang ba tlo ba thusa o bana ba tlo sebetsa wa itse ba reconfiguration re a o change mare singa holo anyana o bana wa ikemisetsa o sebetsa ene le sebetse o ya ka melao ya lekgotla wa bona le sebetse o ya ka melao ya lekgotla le sebeletse African National Congress. So
ANC comrade and national ithole 40% national, meaning NEC lost the country for 40%. In National Executive Committee, Elito Babu Ramaphosa, Babu Mbalula lost the country for 40%. They must take that responsibility. Today we are taking our own responsibility, of losing the province to 17%.
Let's not forget, viral videos during the campaign season painted that these two as out of touch with ordinary people. And the results at the ballot box reflected just that. And just when we thought Mbalula was done, he circled back to a controversial comment he made earlier, saying ANC is not Mamelodi Sundowns, a direct response to rumors that billionaire Patrice Motsepe had presidential ambitions within the ANC. He addressed the backlash head on. I was voted in, he said, guided by ANC laws, and he addressed the backlash head on. Mbalula said this is not the time to talk about succession, not with the ANC's current standing hanging by a thread.
Last week in Negili Eastern Cape, Beki bua ka ntate o mongwe wa bolo. Ke re no ANC ha e tshwane le bolo eo. Yar e batho ba so le soyo. Ba lla ba bokolla hore SG ing. Tlo ke le bolelle. nna ke tsamaya molaong wa ANC ke kgethetswe ke le SG hore ke le jwetse diqeto tsa mokgatlo. I must tell you and instruct you when decisions are taken. It is there in the Constitution. Once they've debated and taken decisions, I must communicate. Jwale ne ke re le iketle hanyane ka ntho tse tsa boetapele. Hobane re tsietsing mo e leng hore re kana ra theoha le matleng a puso. Jwale re tshwantse re lwane ntwa ya khumamela re kgutle ANC e kgutlele maemong. O tla bo tsamaya mo nywe kgetheng. O tla kgethwa ke mang o sena ANC? ANC e tswile maemong. O tsamaya o tletse mona o bolela hore batho ba o kgethe. Ntho ya o kgethuwa ka ra ANC ke ntho e nyane. Ene ne ke jwetsa maloko a ANC hore ikatleng pele ka ditulo hobane re nkile qeto ra re ntho tsena re tla di bua ka nako ya teng e tshwanetseng. Ha jwale ha re sebetseng ho haha mokgatlo. We must build our organization, root and branch. And we must not kowtow other political parties. What they do, mukiting wa bona wa dikatsi, must not affect us. Runa, what must affect us is how we build a strong organization. That's what is important. We must build a strong African National Congress. Because the moment we are in now, we don't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers to maintain power to the ANC. Re tsama re kopa mo re kopa or no re tshelleng ngesixhosa kuthiwa siyancazelana akitsebi ka Sesotho ba re dula re kopa ore a re ke re kopantshe menwana re tsebe go tshwara masepala ke ye Thabo Mofutsanyana ke masepala o Maluti a Phofu ke mokete wa dikatsi hua udimo le tlase mo re dula re kopa batho re no re tshwarisane ha re batla o tshwarisana re batla o laola jwale re tla laola jwang ha re ngwapa re bua ka ntho tse seng ntho tsa bohlokwa ha nako le motsotso di fihlile re tla di bua ntho tse ha ebe di tshwantse di mathe di tlamatha di tlamatha sena ska ja mmayatela ha ebe ninga di a tshwana o matha re tshwantse re tsamaye re le kaofela o sena bohlokwa ba hore dipere di mathe le teng o tla be o lokile di tla tshwarisana batho ba kgathetse go dula ba mametse hore batho ba ANC ba lwanela ditulo batho ba batla o tseba hore re etellwa pele re ya kae le a bona le president wa rona o tisitse President Ramaphosa a robala ke ka o le nna ke mo bona ha ke re shame ke a tsoa le ka 12 be ke theoela ke re nke be ka hlolwa ke president a sebetsang ka thata tje no nkampa ka robala tseleng le mo.
Here's the big takeaway. Fikile Mbalula might have been speaking to Honor and Rumlangeni, but what came out was a warning, a dig at rivals, and maybe even a few own goals. As the ANC tries to reconfigure, the real question is, are they rebuilding or slowly tearing themselves apart from the inside? What do you think? Is Mbalula right to warn against personality cults, or is the ANC too far gone to lecture others on values? Drop your thoughts in the comments below and let's unpack this one together. This is Heads Up SA. Hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss when we break down South Africa's hottest political moments. Until next time, stay sharp, stay woke, keep your heads up, SA.
is EFF having internal democracy, or is it a one-man show? They're asking a direct question.
It has got maximal, optimal internal democracy.
And there are those who say don't ever join or rejoin the Economic Freedom Fighters because it's a cult. And I agree with them. There is no space for sound ideological reasoning.
That report came with him and it was given to him by the people I refer to as scoundrels.
Do you know who they are, by the way? I'm just curious.
It's different people there. That includes an imbecile, a fool called Nhlamulwa Ndlela, one of the foolish leaders of Umkhonto weSizwe who unfortunately represents the people there. He's always on drugs and always high on alcohol in terms of how he deals with issues. That is what we're dealing with every day. And he will even take pride that he is going to tell lies to President Zuma about him. And of course, he will use the otherwise very gullible and directionless daughter of President Zuma, who of course has got first front row access to President Zuma by virtue of being the daughter. So that is basically what we're dealing with. And of course, Nhlamulwa was not a druggie on social. I didn't say that. I didn't say she's a druggie. I said there are people who take drugs, which is true, and insult me on social media at night, and which is a fact in terms of what I can say. Look, I don't want to deal with those issues. If anyone wants to challenge me about that, they can ask me privately as to who takes drugs and insult me, and I'll tell them. But
I wonder.
That is part of that. There was some degree of paranoia and some people who thought that they are political heavyweights then felt dwarfed by our contributions because some of the things that were misguiding President Zuma on would be able to counter much more decisively and then give proper legitimate direction as to how the organization should be run.
President of the MK party, Jacob Zuma, ever come to you and ask you directly if you are trying to overthrow him? Why was he listening to other people, not you? Who advised President Zuma of the MK party?
No, there's never been a time where he directly came to me to say that I am going to overthrow him. But the report which was presented in the officials, which the meeting of officials that took that decision, that report came with him and it was given to him by the people I refer to as scoundrels.
Do you know who they are, by the way? I'm just curious.
It's different people there. That includes an imbecile, a fool called Nhlamulwa Ndlela, one of the foolish leaders of Umkhonto weSizwe who unfortunately represents the people there. He's always on drugs and always high on alcohol in terms of how he deals with issues. That is what we're dealing with every day. And he will even take pride that he is going to tell lies to President Zuma about him. And of course, we will use the otherwise very gullible and directionless daughter of President Zuma, who of course has got first front row access to President Zuma by virtue of being the daughter. So that is basically what we're dealing with. And of course, Nhlamulwa was not a druggie on social. I didn't say that. I didn't say she's a druggie. I said there are people who take drugs, which is true, and insult me on social media at night, and which is a fact in terms of what I can say. Look, I don't want to deal with those issues. If anyone wants to challenge me about that, they can ask me privately as to who takes drugs and insult me, and I'll tell them. But I don't want to speak about that in public now. And the other thing is that I'll never resign from Umkhonto weSizwe.
Never.
And I will never resign from Umkhonto weSizwe. I'm a member of Umkhonto weSizwe.
You remember now, this kind of sounds like it's deja vu because this is what the MK party president, Jacob Zuma actually did while he was in the ANC. As the MK, how do you respond?
Look, Natasha, thank you for this opportunity and thank you to your viewers at home.
If Comrade Floyd is still a member of MK, we really appreciate that, and we're okay with that. But let's leave that to the National High Command to deal with it, because it's issues of the political party. So let's leave that to deal with it, as he went out and have a press conference about his activities in MK party. So, but let's leave that to Floyd and the National High Command to address it, and then they must sit with one another and try and see how do they work together, as he has emphasized that he still regards President Zuma in high esteem and he respects him. We really appreciate that to the member of MK, like he is saying, and to say that he's not going anywhere, but we appreciate that. But let's leave those conversations to the National Command.
Perhaps if I may push, before we leave that conversation, is this in line with the MK party constitution? Should he stay as a member? Others have said that he might, should he actually be pushed out of the party in light of what he actually has revealed? And he also said that he was removed because of a fake intelligence report that he wanted to dethrone the MK party president.
Yeah, like I said before, Floyd knows the MK constitutions in and out very well. So whatever he has said and done, and as I said, emphasize again, they will, the National High Command and the president will attend to that. I don't want to go to the details of the things that I don't have tangible evidence and all the information about it. He just made his press conference today, so I don't want to get involved into that part. He knows the constitution of the MK and everything, and the president and the National High Command will engage him on that.
Should he be expelled as a member?
I can't comment on that. It's the National High Command and the president that will decide on what to do with him. Yeah.
Okay, and then just finally, the outcomes of today. We heard the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana saying that political parties must be fully funded. I found that to be very controversial, because yesterday there was a report that was revealed by the Human Sciences Research Council that actually showed that South Africans really don't have faith in the political party funding system of the country.
Yeah, Minister of Finance came here and spoke about that political parties must be fully funded, and it was shocking, because even on the IEC, they only fund political parties in the national election, and they don't fund political parties in the local government elections. There is a problem of that, which means you don't grow political parties from an uproot ground up to grow them up to be big political parties. So you mean everyone from the lowest level must just see themselves how they survive, and all of a sudden you found them on the national politics scheme of things, and all of a sudden you now want to fund. These are the problems that we've discovered with this symposium. This symposium hasn't told us anything new as MK party about the weaknesses of IEC and about the political willingness, the lack of political willingness to change the political systems of South Africa. It's weak. It doesn't bite, and the IEC is always dependent on the politician, the National Assembly, to change the laws for it.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we unpack the madness behind South Africa's loudest headlines. Today, it's not just politics, it's sorcery, scandals, and straight-up character assassinations. Let's get into it. Imagine being a spokesperson and having to go live on national TV just to defend witchcraft accusations. That's exactly what MK Party spokesperson Nhlamulo Ndlela had to deal with when he sat down with Clement Manyathela on SABC's Face the Nation. Nhlamulo was grilled on the latest drama sparked by none other than Floyd Shivambu, the former MK Party Secretary General, who's been doing a full-blown media tour, taking shots at the party and its members, including Nhlamulo and Duduzile Zuma. So what did Nhlamulo have to say? First, he said Floyd is still a member of the MK Party, but yes, he violated the party's constitution, which he drafted himself. Still, MK says they are a disciplined organization and Floyd must face internal processes, not a rushed expulsion.
No, the gentleman in question is still a member, and nothing has changed pertaining to that, and we're having internal discussions and reviewing the situation.
So he's not going to be expelled by the organization? Well, let me ask it this way. What does your constitution say about someone who behaves in the manner that he's behaved, or someone who announces plans to form a new party? Does that not violate the MK Party's constitution?
Well, look, there's been a number of transgressions on the constitution. By the way, the same constitution that was drafted by the person in question, Floyd Shibambu. And in many of the prescripts of the Constitution, it states, that, for instance, you are on probation for 24 months. You cannot form another political party. And there's a number of other things that point to some of those transgressions, including, by the way, one of those that led to, him being removed from his seat and redeployed elsewhere. So, yes, there have been transgressions in the Constitution. But what we're doing internally is that, we're not people in leadership that take rash decisions. We apply our minds. And we need to understand what is this thing that he's coming up with. I mean, he's a member of Umkhonto weSizwe. And to account, to a great extent, he has to account to us as the leaders of Umkhonto weSizwe. I mean, he's an ordinary member. He's wanted to go and set up this initiative. What is this initiative? If we're talking about Umkhonto weSizwe being the platform that ought to unify black people, what is this consultative process that he's undergoing? So we want to see what he's obviously going to say on Friday. We are tracking, his activities, his interviews, and we'll make a determination with the guidance of the leadership and the president.
Okay, so
Floyd says Ntlamulo is the one who handed in the so-called fake intelligence report that got him booted as a Secretary General. But Ntlamulo clapped back, saying he never even saw the report because he's not part of the intelligence team.
Does this claim come from that he tried to topple the president and he wanted to take over the MK Party? In fact, one of the things he said was that someone went and gave an intelligence report about him to President Jacob Zuma, which was riddled with lies. I think he said you are the one that gave the president.
Yes, he said me, yeah.
Yeah. Did you give the president an intelligence report of sort about him?
Firstly, I'm not part of the intelligence advisory to the president. So where would I conjure up an intelligence report in the first place? And who am I to, advise the president, a person who himself, whose DNA is, formed of the back of intelligence? Who am I to advise the president on intelligence? Here's the reality and the truth. There was no intelligence report. Those were transcripts of communication that he had with people that he knows whom he had those conversations with, which implicated him, and which were very disparaging to some of the members, and which were dangerous in their own nature to the
organization. So you were speaking bad about some of the leaders and members of the MK Party?
There was discussions around plans, and discussions that were very concerning.
Plans to do what?
Well, if you look at this, there's one thing I've also observed, is that, when people come into an organization, especially in Umkhonto weSizwe, and I've repeated this a number of times, people tend to underestimate that in Umkhonto weSizwe you can't just do as you please. This is not a free-for-all organization where you think you can come and try and pull your weight and be arrogant.
And just when you thought it couldn't get wilder, let's talk about witchcraft. Yes, witchcraft. Floyd claimed the intelligence report accused him of trying to gain supernatural powers to take over the MK Party. Ntlamulo confirmed. Yes, it's a thing. Look, Hogwarts couldn't have scripted this better.
Some of the transcripts and the feedback was that, yes, he had taken Dudu's hat and, they were aimed to bewitch her. And this is what is obviously also circulated. And this is what it is. And that, he will then deal with that woman who's directionless.
Is this part of
and
what
this
was
conversation
in the report?
with an individual in Malawi? And that, he would then ensure that when the old man passes on, he takes over the party. So these are some of the conversations that are happening and that are taking place. So, it's a lot. And that's why you realize that to a great extent we've been quiet in terms of what has transpired. Because, sometimes it's important to know when to communicate and when not to communicate.
Some of the things you're sharing are quite unbelievable.
Floyd also accused Ntlamulo of being a drunk and a drug abuser. Ntlamulo denies this hard, saying he's taken a drug test and his lawyers have issued a letter of demand for a public apology.
Challenging that in any way?
Well, it's said that a person who wants to lead a party will resort to such disparaging comments and character assassinate me. I've never had any issues with him. But the reality is I've got a whole lot more, a whole lot more intelligence emotionally than him. I'm leaps and bounds with, when it comes to even thought level and strategy when it comes to him. And that's a fact. I've sat with him. But I take nothing from him because I've learned from him as well in terms of, organizational structures and so on and so forth. So he's had some good input to the party. We can't take that away. But let's not allow a situation where a person is now going to have delusions of grandeur and an overextended ego and think that they are the superior authority of intellect over everyone else. As you heard him say, he said he had qualitative, experience and intelligence compared to all national officials put together. That includes the president. So he's saying that he's smarter than the president. Well, here's the reality. I don't take drugs. I've actually been taken them on, and I've gone to the point, in actual fact, where, funny enough, and here's what's also interesting. This week is Drug and Alcohol Awareness Week, right, from the 22nd to the 27th. So as part of the initiative, I said, oh, well, this is actually interesting that this actually coincides with that. I've gone and actually done a drug test. And it's important that we bring this issue and we surface issues of, abuse of drugs, abuse of alcohol to the public. And as a leader, I think I must lead from the front and do those kind of things. And take advantage of the fact that, by the way, funny enough, here it is. Here's a gentleman who goes and makes such disparaging character assassination comments about me. Let's actually surface these issues because these are societal problems. So I will be sharing that with you. I'll share my drug test with you. I've already printed and scanned and tweeted my letter to him, which is a letter of demand. I expect him to apologize. I am not in any fighting spirit with him. I'm a leader from Mkhonto weSizwe with the emotional intelligence to lead.
Yeah,
and that's what I need to do.
Let me ask about what he said about Morocco.
Clement Manyathela wasn't holding back either. He says Floyd's emotional, identity confused, and trying to find his voice way too late. Quoting Clement, there is only one Malema, only one Jacob Zuma.
I mean, his credibility is almost in tatters. He seems like he's emotional. He seems like he doesn't have strategy at all. And as I've said, again, I have no problem with Floyd Shivambu. I do think that he's a smart person. I think he really understands politics, but I don't think he's got a political identity. I think he was always a Floyd of the EFF, a Floyd who is the deputy of Julius Malema. And it's almost like he's trying to redefine himself now to be this radical person. But that is there can only be one Julius Malema, whatever you do. And I feel like it's too late for you to also try and redefine your political identity now. Julius Malema didn't start being Julius now. He was always this man who's a straight shooter, who causes problems for even his colleagues because he speaks his mind from the day when he was in the ANC Youth League. Jacob Zuma has always been a charmer. When you read books about exile, you get a sense of this is the man who's always been. So they don't just start in their 80s, in their 40s, 50s to somehow solidify a political identity. And for you to be a strong, influential politician, that work begins a long time ago. And I think he's all over the place now. I mean, listen to what he said. And that's a thing about him as well, right? First of all, it was what he said about Jacob Zuma, right? Remember, I've played you clips because I always like reminding you of how flip-floppers politicians are. So trust them at your own peril. He said nasty things about Jacob Zuma. And then what did he come back and say? Oh, we were misled. As if he was a little boy who's 8 years old and didn't have a brain. And he didn't think for himself because he took whatever was given to him. Please, we're not children. Now he's coming out to say cult personalities in the EFF. And yet, when he was constantly asked about the level of democracy in that party, he's always defended it. So when does he take accountability? He says, yeah, we didn't leave a party, we left cult politics. But when do you take accountability when, as an adult, for having been involved in the personalities of cult, even within that organization for so many years? And he doesn't take accountability for anything. Yena is always misled. I worry that he's going to destroy his political career because it seems so directionless, so emotional. I don't know what he's working at. And hey, who knows? Maybe he's working on something that's somehow going to produce a political party that will be effective. But is it going to be a strong player in politics? I don't know. He put up a poll just the other day, was it yesterday? Asking people, do you think we need a party? Do you think we don't need a party? And when he saw that a lot of people were saying we don't need a new party, he went and deleted that poll. Where's the strategy there?
Even ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula had something to say. Floyd is in a heavy accident, he said, referring to his chaotic fall from the EFF and MK party. Mbalula says Floyd has never had direction, and you know what? He might have a point.
No, Floyd doesn't have any record of giving direction to anything. So we just take that as, slanderous remarks coming from a failed politician. But we wish him luck in whatever that he wishes to achieve. The ANC has got a guiding document that is reviewed from time to time, including the current implications of the moment we are in, of the GNU, to shape up the direction at all material times. So we don't do things because we are in accidents. So Floyd is in accident, and that accident looks like is a huge accident that he has come across. So when you are in an accident, you've got to go and fix the car, or you might as well be affected mentally and otherwise, because the accident was not just a head-on collision, it was heavy. And we understand that he is in a heavy accident. It's unbelievable that you can be in a party less than a year and then you get chucked out from being promoted, to the highest position, and you craft constitutions and people then just leave you and then deal with you in that way. So it must be understood that when you are faced with an accident, it's a horrible experience. So that's what is going through.
Do you believe Floyd when he says Zuma wanted him to be MK party president? What do you think Nhlamulo would say about that? Cap or fact? And is Mbalula right? Has Floyd Shivambu never had political direction? Look, one thing is clear. This ain't a political beef. It's personal, it's spiritual, and it's messy. Floyd might be trying to reinvent himself, but South Africa isn't buying every story. From cult accusation to civil organizations calling him out for stealing their name, Floyd got a storm to answer to.
Floyd Shivambu is tainted from as far back as the VBS saga. The man is tainted by his unceremonious departure from the EFF. He is tainted by the most recent shenanigans that happened around him during his time as Secretary General of the MK. And it is for these reasons that we, Maibuye, do not want to be associated with the man.
Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like button if you think this drama needs its own Netflix documentary. And don't forget to subscribe to Heads Up SA for the latest breakdowns in Mzansi politics. Keep your heads up, SA.
We don't have confidence in the ANC. We don't have confidence in the MK. We don't have confidence in the EFF. And those are the three biggest black organizations. We are going to open to listen as to what is to be done, and that will guide us as to what do we do moving forward. Thank you very much, Nkomo. You can see.
South African politics just got another shake-up. Floyd Shivambu steps out with a brand new consultation movement, Maibuye, and he's bringing some familiar faces with him. Is this truly a consultation or just a party launch in disguise? Let's break it all down. Welcome to Heads Up SA. Floyd Shivambu, former MK Party Secretary General and ex-EFF firebrand, held a press briefing to introduce what he's calling the Maibuye consultation process.
My name is Nico Floyd Shivambu. I'm the national convener of the Maibuye National Consultation Team and National Consultation Process to consult the people of South Africa.
But from where we are standing, it's looking more like the launch of a brand new political party. Let's be honest, branded caps, organized volunteers and high-profile committee members. That's not just a consultation, that's regalia, comrade. Do you think Maibuye is really a consultation process or just Floyd rebranding himself after jumping political homes? The so-called consultation committee is made up of a long list of political recyclers. Among them, Patrick Sindane, once EFF MP, then PA with Gayton Mackenzie, then MK Party, now here again. Then there is Luther Libelo, Bishop Stephen Zondo and Menzi Makubane also feature. And check this out, Vusi Khoza and Fana Mokoena, two former EFF big names. Fana, by the way, has been roasted online by EFF supporters for apparently always sleeping in parliament. The jokes write themselves at this point. Would you trust a political movement made up mostly of people who keep switching sides? Now, on to the drama. Floyd Shivambu officially apologized to MK Party spokesperson Nhlamulo Ndlela for publicly accusing him of being a drug addict and alcoholic. This comes after Nhlamulo gave Floyd 48 hours to apologize or face the courts. Guess what? This morning, High Court papers landed.
I must unconditionally retract the statements about drug use and alcohol abuse of Nhlamulo Ndlela. Unconditionally. But we take this opportunity to encourage all the people of South Africa to stay away from drugs. And to stay away from alcohol, particularly if they are members of parliament and members of leadership of different political parties. Drugs will never build you with anything, will make you to make a lot of mistakes, but we really unconditionally retract those statements that were made there under the guidance of the collective of the leadership. Thank you very much.
Nhlamulo is suing Floyd for 3 million rands. The apology might have come, but is it too little, too late? If someone defamed you on national TV, would an apology be enough or would you also take legal action? Floyd didn't stop there. He threw serious shade at the MK Party, saying, "We will tell Jacob Zuma that the MK Party can be a trusted weapon in the hands of the people." But remember, this is the same guy who once said joining the MK Party was the best and sound decision ever.
The overall composition of the leadership of Maibuye consultation process is not only Mkhonto we Sizwe members, but a substantial number come from former members and leaders of Mkhonto we Sizwe, because of a correct observation that in its current configuration and direction, majority of MK members, including those that remain, they are not pleased with the manner in which the organization is run. That is a fact that defines a lot of members. A lot of people had trusted that this is an organization that is going to come in to be a replacement of the disappearing and dissipating former liberation movement, the ANC. But in its current configuration, the MK is not a viable vehicle to fight the battles of the people of South Africa in its current configuration. And if anyone says such is the case, it's not being truthful. It's not being truthful in terms of how they handle those issues.
He also said he has no confidence in the ANC or the EFF. It seems Floyd is burning every bridge he once proudly crossed. Has Floyd Shivambu become a political opportunist? Or is he finally carving his own path? Floyd says Maibuye will be the real national dialogue without a predetermined outcome, a direct jab at President Cyril Ramaphosa's own national dialogue initiative. So now we have dueling dialogues. Who's really speaking for the people? Which initiative would you trust more, Ramaphosa's national dialogue or Floyd's Maibuye movement? Political lines are being drawn and South Africa's 2025 map is changing fast. Who's in, who's out, and who's just recycling old faces? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and if you're enjoying this political unpacking, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your people. This is Heads Up SA, where we keep it real, relevant, and rooted in the truth. Peace.
By the confidence of those that came forward to pledge their solidarity and volunteered their time for the consultation process that we're embarking on. And the number of people that we got to receive as volunteers is adequate to could constitute a full organization as a political movement or political party in South Africa. Out of the people that we have, we can be able, as the Maibuye consultation team, we can be able to identify leadership structures in all the 4,634 wards of South Africa, leadership structures in all the 257 regions, sub-regions or municipalities, in all the 54 regions or districts, and all the 9 provincial leadership spheres. The deputy conveners, we have got 2 deputy conveners of the Maibuye consultation process. The deputy convener is Nolubabalo Mcinga from Sarah Bartman region in the Eastern Cape. Nolubabalo Mcinga is here. The other deputy convener is Robert Mwendo, who is also the president of the Mandahashu Workers Union of South Africa, which organizes EPWP workers and community workers. He's sitting with us as well here. This collective is going to crisscross the whole of South Africa to listen to the people. And we are, as the leadership collective, open to additional skills and additional sectors and additional constituencies who would want to still participate in this process. Out of this leadership collective and those that we're going to interact with in different provinces and regions, we're going to constitute provincial consultation teams, regional consultation teams, which will make sure that there is not a single sub-region or municipality of the 257 in South Africa that are not visited before we take a decision about constituting a political movement for the future. The reason why we said we must consult is because we think that the organizations that are supposed to be the fighting instruments on behalf of the oppressed masses of our people are not adequate enough to could fight the battles ahead. We don't have confidence in the ANC. We don't have confidence in the MK. We don't have confidence in the EFF. And those are the 3 biggest black organizations. We are going to open to listen as to what is to be done, and that will guide us as to what do we do moving forward. Thank you very much. Nkomo, you can see.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has removed the Honorable Andrew Whitfield MP from the position of Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Let me also express my appreciation and commendation of the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, for developing the testicular fortitude to remove the Deputy Minister of the DA, who was ineffective and incompetent.
are watching Heads Up SA, your plug for all things politics, power moves and accountability. Let's get into the drama unfolding in South Africa's national government. Deputy Minister of Police Andrew Whitfield is out, fired by President Cyril Ramaphosa. The DA calls it unjust, unfair and politically motivated.
Democratic Alliance John Steenhuisen said in Parliament this afternoon. So the meeting took place, we've made a decision, our leader conveyed that decision in Parliament, and now the ball is in the court of the President. It is the actions of the President that is definitely putting this GNU in jeopardy. He is not governing alone anymore. He cannot just go and hire and fire our ministers without speaking to us or without giving us opportunity to engage with him properly. As I've said, John Steenhuisen, in good faith, asked the President for 24 hours before he responded. But 3 hours after that, the minister already received, the Deputy Minister received his letter to say that he's been dismissed. So that was definitely not done in good faith.
The reason? Technically, Whitfield allegedly failed to get presidential permission for an overseas trip back in February. But here's the kicker. He did ask for permission. When no one responded, he went anyway and later apologized. Still, Ramaphosa pulled the trigger and fired him just 3 hours after giving the DA leader John Steenhuisen a heads up. Now, the DA is fuming. They've given Ramaphosa 48 hours to fire multiple ANC ministers facing corruption allegations. They say if Whitfield can be fired over a travel permit, then surely these tainted ministers shouldn't be in cabinet at all.
I'm here at the Cape Town International Convention Centre where I've just delivered a speech on the floor of the parliamentary sitting in the budget vote debate around the firing yesterday of the DA Deputy Minister Andrew Whitfield by the President. And I think if we start to dig a little bit deeper into why Deputy Minister Andrew Whitfield was really fired, one will see it was because he was doing his job. He was asking uncomfortable questions about the lottery tender award by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. He had asked some very uncomfortable questions about the transformation fund that is busy being set up by that department, and he had raised serious concerns about some of the persons being nominated for the board of the IDC. I believe that these are the real reasons why Minister Whitfield has had to be moved from that position. Now, it is very clear that this cannot stand. So, we have given the President 48 hours to act similarly against the other members of his party who are guilty or facing serious charges or who are mentioned in the Zondo Commission report.
The ministers the DA wants gone, let's break them down. Former Minister of Justice, Thembi Smelane, she's been accused of interfering in NPA operations and allegedly protecting politically connected individuals from prosecution. Opposition parties have reportedly raised the red flags about her links to state capture cover-ups. Let's not even forget the VBS scandal.
We're at Cape Town Central Police Station this morning to lay criminal charges of corruption against Thembi Smelane for her involvement in the Eskom Vatrovian scandal. She's alleged to have received in excess of 700,000 rand for corrupt dealings that Vatrovian had with Eskom, billing them at ridiculously inflated prices, billing them for people who didn't exist. Smelane's signature appears on the first invoice, and therefore she's directly implicated in this debacle. And in the light of her involvement with VBS initially and now with this Vatrovian scandal, it's really just time for her to go. And we're laying charges in the hopes that it will move the President to do something constructive.
Then Deputy Minister of Energy, Nobuhle Nkabane, facing scrutiny over irregular contracts in the renewable energy sector and alleged involvement in dodgy procurement deals. Some whistleblowers even claim she had links to ghost projects that drained millions.
I'm struggling to understand what line could possibly exist here, because essentially the minister is still not saying, Askisi South Africa that I lied to you, Askisi Parliament that I lied to you. She's calling it a misunderstanding. I find it very hard to believe that the
Number 3, Deputy Minister of Human Settlement, David Mahlobo. Known for his role during Zuma era as Minister of State Security, his name constantly pops up in state capture reports. He was linked to intelligence abuses and the infamous SSA looting that funded factional battles inside the ANC. Last but not least, advisor in presidency Mduduzi Manana, a repeat offender in scandals from assault charges to tender corruption, yet somehow he's still close to the center of power. Steenhuisen says if Ramaphosa doesn't act in 48 hours, there will be grave consequences. What are those? We will have to wait and see. The DA says this shows a clear double standard. You fire a deputy minister who apologized for a travel slip-up, but protect ministers facing millions in graft allegations. Where's the logic, Mr. President? They believe Whitfield was punished not for the trip, but for being vocal against corruption in a department haunted by scandals, and for questioning the shady transformation fund.
Questions about the lottery tender award by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. He had asked some very uncomfortable questions about the transformation fund that is busy being set up by that department, and he had raised serious concerns about some of the persons being nominated for the...
Interestingly, despite all this drama, the DA still voted in favor of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. This means they are still prioritizing national budgets over petty politics, at least for now. Is this the beginning of the end for the ANC-DA working relationship? Or will Ramaphosa cave and clean house? We will keep you updated. Don't forget to like, subscribe and hit the notification bell for more political breakdowns right here on Heads Up SA. Stay sharp, stay woke. Keep your heads up, SA.
Let me also express my appreciation and commendation of the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, for developing the testicular fortitude to remove the Deputy Minister of the DA, who was ineffective and incompetent.
But the facts in this matter contradict this flimsy reasoning. In fact, on the 12th of February, Deputy Minister Whitfield had written to the President requesting permission to travel. 10 days later, he had not received a reply or any response whatsoever about the trip. Whitfield subsequently wrote...
Order, honourable members. May I ask the Chief Whip of the ANC to do the same, please? Otherwise, we are not going to get through the speech. Let's be fair, honourable members, let's be fair. Even if you disagree with what the honourable member is saying, the honourable member, in terms of the rights and the Constitution, have the right to say what he wants to say. Order. Please proceed.
Whitfield subsequently wrote to the President to apologise if he had caused offence. Again, he received no response. Then yesterday, months after the incident, and without a further word on it, the President unilaterally removed a DA Deputy Minister without even giving his largest coalition partner an opportunity to discuss it with the member or his party.
Order, honourable members.
Now, according to the President's spokesperson, this move is not part of a broader reshuffle. And there can therefore be no other conclusion to be drawn that this is a calculated assault on the second largest party in the governing coalition. But
order, honourable members.
What makes matters worse is that this unilateral action is a result and a product of a flagrant double standard. While a DA Deputy Minister is removed for not getting a response to seeking permission to travel, there are members in the Cabinet who are implicated in the VBS scandal and looting. There are members in the Cabinet.
Order, honourable members.
Who, despite apparently misleading Parliament over an attempt to deploy corrupt cadres to CETA boards, remains in the Cabinet. Serial underperformers and people implicated in state capture continue to sit around the Cabinet table. Now, instead of being summarily fired, like DM Whitfield was, these ministers get an opportunity to submit a report to the President on their behaviour. In the past, even ministers who had serious public protector findings against them were merely admonished or had their pay docked. Yet a DA deputy minister is dismissed with the flimsiest of excuses. Are the people of South Africa expected to accept that fraudsters, corruption accused and Zondo accused are protected while Deputy Minister Andrew Whitfield is removed? But perhaps there's something even deeper at play here. Like all DA ministers and deputy ministers, contrary to what the Honourable Tambo said, Andrew Whitfield was succeeding in his job. He had opposed the attempt to make suspect appointments to the IDC board. He was raising uncomfortable questions about the Transformation Fund and the opportunities it provides for looting. And yes, he was asking the uncomfortable questions about the Lotto Tender Award. Now, given this flagrant double standard, one is left with no choice but to conclude that hard-working DA members of the executive are fired for fighting corruption, not for committing corruption. For being good at their jobs rather than incompetent. Now, if this situation is not corrected, it will go down as the greatest political mistake in modern South African history.
What's up, Mzansi? Welcome back to Heads Up SA, the channel where we unpack the stories they don't want you to fully understand. And today, we are diving into political earthquake shaking the country. Let's start with the basics. In response to General Mkhwanazi's allegations about political interference in SAPS operations, ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula came out with a measured yet serious statement. The ANC is now saying it supports accountability, non-interference in policing, and even protection of whistleblowers. Strong words, but are they just that? Words.
We are not saying that General Mkhwanazi, in terms of any other matter that is on the wrong or anything, we have not made any such comments. South Africans are in conversation about that matter since yesterday. And it involves the deployment. We are confident as the ANC that the president will attend to it, and that's where it belongs.
According to Mbalula, General Mkhwanazi has officially opened a case against Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. Yes, a serving police commissioner taking on the Minister of Police. He said the ANC won't protect anyone involved in wrongdoing, even their own ministers, and that Minister Mchunu is expected to account to the Police Portfolio Committee, the President, and the ANC's own Integrity Commission. But South Africans are asking, is the ANC serious about fighting corruption or just playing PR games? During the briefing, Mbalula even took time to explain the uniform General Mkhwanazi wore, saying it was a signal that SAPS is fighting dangerous criminals.
Mkhwanazi is a former special forces policeman. High ranking, and the camouflage you saw yesterday is the camouflage of the special forces, and they carry heavy arms, and police do appear in different regalia, and that is their uniform too. I remember Minister Cele, when he was still general of the police, he used to change from TRUT and then to camouflage special forces when he was the general of the police. So police can appear in whatever regalia. So I think yesterday in the press conference, the appearance seeked to communicate a particular message in a particular way in this regard, but that regalia in itself belongs to the police. So that is the special task forces, not the army. So In this particular regard, I've seen that there are people who have questioned why that mode, but General Mkhwanazi said that they are in the combat mode in the fight against crime. So in the fight against crime, the combat mode means fighting dangerous criminals. That is combative, meaning we're putting our foot down. So that's what he was communicating, following with the statement that is made, not me.
He defended his own earlier remarks, claiming he didn't criticize Mkhwanazi but simply said the claims made were worrying as a citizen. Still, the public wasn't impressed. Some viewers noted Mbalula's tone felt mocking, almost like he was laughing off the issue. People want answers. Why was the political killings task team disbanded? Mbalula says a reason was given before, but nobody remembers it because it wasn't clear.
The task team was disbanded. I'm sure now it's over 6 months. Publicly, it was communicated. There was no reaction. We all got the explanation as to why it was actually disbanded. Now, yesterday we got a different story in terms of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Here is where the public comes in. South Africans are not sitting quietly. Apparently, in KwaZulu-Natal, farmers have vowed to protect General Mkhwanazi, saying, touch him and you will deal with all of us. And across the country, talk of a national protest is growing loud. People are comparing it to the 2021 unrest after Jacob Zuma's arrest. The message is loud and clear. Remove or arrest Mkhwanazi and the streets will respond. Meanwhile, the DA, through Ian Cameron from the Police Portfolio Committee, has called for a full independent commission of inquiry led by a retired judge. And guess what? Mbalula says he actually agrees with the idea, but he insists things aren't serious yet.
IOL, does ANC support any inquiry? We have not reached that point. The matters are serious. They must be attended to. Whether that will lead us to an inquiry on the matters that have been raised, it's a question that we can answer only as and when it's part and parcel of the solution or the process outlined from the side of government in dealing with this particular.
Not serious. A police commissioner alleging political interference, drug lord cover-ups, and the disbandment of anti-killing units. And that's not serious. Mbalula ended by begging the nation to be patient and not judge Minister Mchunu until all facts are laid bare.
Aldaram Patam says you must look at things in two sides. So give another one also the side of the story to be listened to. Like I said to you, we're all here. We have been praising the minister, doing great job. All of you, as journalists, you were on the ground. Have you ever seen this coming? That there is a problem between the minister and generals and all of that.
So now we hand it over to you, the people. Is Fikile Mbalula being sincere or just doing damage control for a party deep in trouble? Should Senzo Mchunu step aside while the investigation unfolds? And is South Africa heading toward another national standoff? Drop your thoughts on the comments below. This is a story that could reshape our country's justice system. Until next time, stay informed, stay alert, and keep your heads up, SA.
Say that explosive indeed. Though as MK Party we are not surprised. I sit in the committee. You know, we are dealing daily with the complaints. And I must say that I want to give unwavering support to General Mkhwanazi for what he has told the country today. Unprecedented, I must tell you, unprecedented. You know, that today we know even before that there's rot in the police service in this country. And indeed, it's disappointing to say the least. But this is a test for the president, you know, to see whether he lacks to lead this country, or really he wants to lead this country, because we can't be held at ransom by the liberation movement. You know, the issue now is that when you look at what happened today in the press conference, understanding of what the other people, as I said earlier in my statement around 12, that a lot of people are going to be unleashed against General Mkhwanazi. It was expected. I see now Paul Sullivan, a foreigner for that matter, getting involved again in our matters. No country in this world can have people, baiting to, chase people who are talking the truth. I mean, if this is an alleged, what Mkhwanazi told us is an allegation, but he backed this allegation with evidence. I mean, he has attached that evidence. Now, we as the MK party, I've called the chair to call an urgent meeting at the portfolio committee meeting because our minister, unfortunately, failed us. He misled us. He was economical with the truth. He told us lies in Parliament, under oath for that matter.
There's the executive, the minister, and the president, led by the president, and there's Parliament. On the other side, political parties and public representatives, there are checks and balances there. Our constitution is stronger because we've got Chapter 9 institutions that nobody is above the law. Anyone can be subjected to that. So in this particular instance, I can see the issues you are raising, that matters have been raised about so and so, and then the guillotine must fall, and all of that. So in this particular instance, let's follow the processes as the ANC, which we believe must be followed. That must be outlined at the later stage. I'm not going to comment about
must withdraw by calling Honorable Mackenzie Honorable Gangster Mackenzie. That is not acceptable and it's not parliamentary to do so.
Embrace toch en speel met jou bolle, Mr. Guyton Mackenzie. Because Kenny Kunene and him shows that corruption is rife in this government and we will not stand for it anymore. Thank you.
Things got very heated in Parliament. The budget debate turned into a political battlefield, with the MK Party and Patriotic Alliance locking horns in a war of words that left entire house shaken. You are watching Heads Up SA, let's get into it. During the budget debate session, the MK Party's Honorable Douglas didn't hold back. Taking to the podium, he passionately laid out the MK Party's stance on the budget, criticizing how it fails to serve the needs of the poor and historically marginalized.
The future are generations who must pay this debt in the future. They've given us austerity instead of prosperity. This is not budgeting. This is a betrayal of our nation. The MK Party rejects this budget because we understand what real wealth is. Wealth is not just numbers, it is land and it is our people. It is the minerals beneath our feet. It is the wind and the sun that give our people a sense of purpose. And that doesn't just belong to the 7% who have gotten that through the wealth of apartheid and through the wealth of colonialism. That belongs to all the people and the citizens of South Africa. The mineral wealth must come back. Before we have investment, we got to have land justice. We got to have...
That alone stirred the pot, but what set the house ablaze was his direct attack on Patriotic Alliance leader Gayton Mackenzie. Douglas alleged that Kenny Kunene's rumored connections to suspects involved in the murder of DJ Somebody are proof that corruption is alive and well in this government.
Support a budget. The PA is the last people, and I just want to say this in closing. You last mense wat van die Khoisan praat. Go and tell your white masters that they must give you to give the Khoisan people the land back. Dan sal jy sien wat hulle vir jou sal sê. Hulle sê nee, sit stil en bly stil en speel met jou bolle, Mr. Gayton Mackenzie. Because Kenny Kunene and him shows that corruption is rife in this government and we will not stand for it anymore.
Honorable Gangster Mackenzie. That line shocked the chamber. The Patriotic Alliance quickly rose, urging the chairperson to force a withdrawal of the statement.
And listen to the member that was on the podium.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
Referring to Honourable Mackenzie as Honourable Gangster Mackenzie. No, you must withdraw, Chairperson.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order? Not a speech. What is your point of order? Be
My point of order that the previous speaker must withdraw by calling Honourable Mackenzie Honourable Gangster Mackenzie. That is not acceptable and it's not parliamentary
Honourable
to do
Member,
so.
I will have to refer to the Hansard to verify the uttering that you are referring to.
EFF MP Eugene Mteto has stepped in, not to defend the PA, but to call out the constant interruptions, pleading with the chair to protect speakers from what he called the unnecessary point of orders.
Honourable Mazibuko, Honourable Mtetwa, is that a new point of order?
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence. Please can you protect us from these spurious orders? Procedurally, member must rise and state the rule on which he's rising on. Can that be a standardized procedure for every member, especially chief whips? He's a chief whip, he must know the rules better than many other members. Thanks.
Honourable Member, the rules are in fact...
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, I greet you all in the name of my Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ and in the language of the Khoi and San First Nation people, Kaites. This appropriations bill we reject. It is not just fiscally flawed, it is morally bankrupt. It is the spreadsheet of a captured elite who still believe that GDP growth at 1.4% is enough to feed a nation where 45.5% of youth are unemployed and hope has become a luxury for most people. This budget is a financial illusion dressed in treasury jargon, where fiscal consolidation really means slashing hospitals, closing schools, and denying our communities clean water and electricity, while debt servicing consumes over 1 billion rand a day. The GNU has sold out the future of generations who must pay this debt in the future. They've given us austerity instead of prosperity. This is not budgeting. This is a betrayal of our nation. The MK party rejects this budget because we understand what real wealth is. Wealth is not just numbers. It is land and it is our people. It is the minerals beneath our feet. It is the wind and the sun that give our people a sense of purpose. And that doesn't just belong to the 7% who have gotten that through the wealth of apartheid and through the wealth of colonialism. That belongs to all the people and the citizens of South Africa. The mineral wealth must come back. Before we have investment, we've got to have land justice. We've got to have the land returned to its rightful owners. This budget refuses to turn that wealth into dignity, into black industrialization, into African prosperity for all. Instead, you hoard this country's wealth while oppressing its African, indigenous, and aboriginal people, keeping us landless and impoverished when you know full well the truth of our history and what your ancestors did to our ancestors. The blood of our ancestors cries out to you, to God, for what you have done to our people. And you can stand here with a clean face saying that you are the opportunity and you are the alternative. You are not the alternative. You are standing with the oppressors, with the landowners, with the people that own the land and own the mines, and you are keeping it in their hands. You are no longer the harbingers, ANC, of the liberation. You are here to see that we have a downfall. The ANC of 1912 and 1994 is not the ANC we see here before us today. This ANC has forgotten the Freedom Charter. This ANC votes for budgets that serve debt repayments and corporate bailouts while the children of the poor learn under trees. For 30 years, you have promised a better life for all, but delivered austerity, unemployment, a captured deep state targeting the innocent under the power of a government. The GNU is the final nail in the ANC's coffins. The DA, let me say, the problems didn't start in 2009, Honorable Wakeland and Honorable Wessels from Freedom Front Plus. The problem started in 1652 when you and your forefathers came here and you committed genocide against the Khoi and San, genocide against the Zulus, genocide against the Xhosas, and you took our land and you started a government and you made sure that apartheid benefited only you and was not undone in 1994. The ANC has lost its way, and the DA is the last people to speak because the DA is schizophrenic. You don't know whether you are opposition or whether you're part of government. One day you are fighting against the ANC and the one day you're voting for this budget. That is complete nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. So as far as we are concerned, we will not support a budget that takes from the poor to feed the rich. We will not support a budget. The PA is the last people. And I just want to say this in closing. Julle is die laaste mense wat van die Khoisan praat. Go and tell your white masters that they must give you to give the Khoisan people the land back. Dan sal jy sien wat hulle vir jou sal sê. Hulle sê nee, sit stil en bly stil, gaan speel met jou bolle, Mr. Guyton McKenzie. Because Kenny Kunene and him shows that corruption is rife in this government and we will not stand for it anymore. Thank you.
Honorable Galeka Mazibuko.
Honorable House Chair.
We cannot be silent when the DA lies about crime in Nelson Mandela Bay.
How can we trust an ANC which cannot deliver us a president with a clean couch?
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, the home of unfiltered political commentary and the voices shaking the nation. Today we head straight to Parliament, where Patriotic Alliance MP Ashley Sauls delivered a fiery short speech that left the Democratic Alliance exposed and rattled. During the debate in support of Budget Vote 28, which focuses on police services, Ashley Sauls wasted no time calling out what he says is the DA's delusional governance narrative, especially in areas where colored communities are crying for help. Sauls accused the DA of being out of touch with the real conditions on the ground.
Honorable House Chair, we support Vote 28 for police, because we must face the truth of the high levels of crime in our country. Thus, we cannot be silent when the DA lies about crime in Nelson Mandela Bay. Honorable Van Zyl, the PA doesn't govern in Nelson Mandela Bay. However, the truth is, where the DA governs, Cape Town is labeled one of the deadliest cities in the country because of the high crime rate. The DA proves again that colored lives means nothing to them. Even though ons kinders elke dag doodgemaak word op die Cape Flats, the DA still calls it the best run city because they are out of touch with the daily pain van ons mense. Hou op lieg. On Sinjala, we support Chair. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Let us know what you think. Is Ashley Sauls speaking facts, or is this just political posturing? We also got MK MP David Skosana's speech that he gave when he was rejecting the budget. Fiery as well. Check this out.
So you must use some of that time. There's no time indicated for you.
Thank you, Chair. In South Africa today, we've got 3 ministers. It's the world record. Nowhere, anywhere in the world, where you have 3 police ministers. That tells you that South Africa is in a constitutional crisis. The allegation level against Senzo Mkhunu by the General Mkhwanazi reflect the kind of rot that sits in the administration executive. As MK Party, we want to reiterate again, we cannot and will not allow General Mkhwanazi's bravery to fall victim to the manipulation of facts and cover up by this administration. You remember Chief Justice Ngobo, when Section 89, what happened was the miscarriage of justice. This parliament stand with the culprit, and that culprit one day will answer. General Mkhwanazi has shown South Africa. He's our national hero. In this country, we must celebrate him. Mkhwanazi is us, and we are Mkhwanazi. The MK Party has noted with concern on several occasions the statement made by the professor himself that seems to show great failure to appreciate the nuisance of the South African crime scene. SAPS is unfortunately not for him. This is not a lecture room. The MK Party stands in support of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and calls on Mr. Ramaphosa and the former liberation movement to do the right thing by the people of this country. South Africa is not a haven for criminals to do as they please. It is not open season, and we most certainly cannot continue as if it's as business as usual. Today, you've got your friend Europeans here sitting on the left there, on your right. They were against, when we were sitting on the plenary, they were rejecting all the budget, in particular this one. But today, they are hypocrites. Today, they are supporting the budget.
The EFF. The EFF.
I hope the sound is better.
Chairperson, during our budget debate, we were very clear that SAPS is operating as the chief criminal syndicate. And we correctly characterized SAPS as fundamentally a mafia organization that is managed not for the purposes of fighting crime, but for the protection of criminal syndicates who keep their sofas and mattresses well stashed with illegal dollars. And it was for this reason we rejected the budget, stating that even if the ANC President Ramaphosa utilizes his Phala Phala dollars to top up the 120 billion allocation to SAPS, crime is going to persist. In fact, it's going to escalate, as it has, and it's going to escalate to a point where citizens are just going to stop reporting crimes altogether, and they are going to opt for mob or self-justice. And we were vindicated literally 2 days later when the KZN Provincial Commissioner confirmed our characterization that SAPS is operating as a criminal syndicate. And these revelations, they were just a tip of the iceberg. It was the EFF that responded decisively, as it always does, and objectively so, with superior knowledge. We wrote to the Speaker, didn't we, Speaker? And we proposed the establishment of an ad hoc committee along with the draft motion. And as the result of our sound submissions, the EFF motion without notice to establish this ad hoc committee will be tabled in the National Assembly today. It was our CIC Julius Malembo who wrote to the President to get clarity on the application of the Constitution regarding placing a Minister of Police on special leave and then appointing a whole acting minister from outside of Cabinet. I mean, this is basically basking in constitutional delinquency. Chairperson, while this rot in the GNU is publicly unveiling, our children are being abducted to become sex slaves. Street vendors are being harassed by these protection fee racketeers. We have women, we have young girls and boys who are being raped at an alarming rate every day. And the Cape Flats is a killing field that far surpasses an active war zone. So the EFF, we reject this budget vote because it serves the criminal syndicates of the ANC and the GNU government, because it is not safeguarding our nation, particularly our children.
The Patriotic Alliance.
Honorable House colleagues, incoming President Mashatile, the Progressive Caucus. This country, I'm sorry, Speaker. This country has been hit with a scandal. 7 of our top generals have been arrested. The complainant in this case, the Honorable Fadil Adams. The first move made by a Member of Parliament is to keep Fadil Adams out of the commission that is to follow. The case for corruption has been made, and we are here speaking about a budget. This country doesn't trust the ANC with this budget. And now that the DA has led the ANC into the budget, no one should trust it at all. This country deserves better. I would have appreciated if the ANC had taken Black South Africa into its confidence and said, help us construct a budget for the poor. But you rejected the pro-poor policies of the EFF. You rejected the progressive thinking of the MK. You rejected the compassion of the UTA and the ATM to get into bed with Obas. This country deserves better. If this budget will shorten the queues at SASSA, the NCC will support it. If it empties the clinics, the NCC will support it. If it gives better treatment at the hospitals, the NCC will support it. This budget will only encourage further theft, further looting, further plundering, further corruption, with absolutely no consequences. The NCC will not support. How are we as a country supposed to support an ANC which brings us a budget that does nothing for the poor? Young black children will continue to use pit latrines in the Eastern Cape while money is being stolen. How can we trust an ANC which cannot deliver us a president with a clean couch to spend this budget? How can you not give us a president who cannot buy cattle without the stench of corruption around him and expect us to trust this? We note that the Democratic Alliance has pushed.
Honourable Adams, please take your seat. Honourable Skosana, you have a point of order.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 85. The Honourable Member is casting aspersion. He says the President is buying cattle with some proceeds of corruption. I think he should submit a substantive motion with regards to that, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. That point of order is sustained. That is in breach of Rule 85. It is casting aspersions on a president who was elected by this House.
If only they'd open the Pala report, Speaker.
Honourable Adams, I'm not yet finished. Please take
I
your
withdraw,
seat.
Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The NCC will not support this madness. We note that the Democratic Alliance takes full credit for the removal of the former Minister of Education. We see how they attacked a black woman. But remember, Democratic Alliance, we saw you jump to the defense of your white deputy minister, who was also in transgression of the law. We understand who you are. We will not support you or the ANC. Thank you.
Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
Honourable
He's
Member.
been using some abusive words there.
Honourable Member.
Very abusive. And
Honourable
there's
Member.
ladies sitting next to him. Please control him. They led GNU, led by the sellout president, captured president called Ramaphosa. Mr. Ramaphosa is running ministers.
Honourable Member, will you take your seat,
running
please?
ministers.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we break down the real politics of the people, raw and unfiltered. Things got tense in Parliament during the recent budget debates for land reform and rural development, as well as water and sanitation. The MK party delivered two hard-hitting speeches, rejecting both budgets outright. MK party members didn't hold back. They slammed the ANC for decades of failure, particularly on land redistribution and water provision in rural communities. They accused the ruling party of continuously budgeting for failure.
Declaration of vote has been received. The MK party. MK.
South Africans have been crying out for clean running water. And what they got from this DA-led GNU, led by the sellout president, captured president called Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa, is running ministers.
Honourable Member, will you take your seat,
running
please?
ministers.
Honourable Reddy will just take a seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah, no, thanks, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 84. I think it's unparliamentary to refer to the president as a sellout president and captured president.
Honourable Reddy, will you withdraw the remark? Honourable Reddy, the point of order is sustained. You must withdraw the remark. Honourable Reddy, you must withdraw the remark.
Sorry, which remark? That he's a captured president?
Honourable
or he's a lying
Member,
president?
Honourable Member, I'm making a ruling. You know what you said? The whip from the ANC raised. You know what you said? In terms of Rule 84, I'm ruling that you are out of order and you withdraw.
I withdraw that Mr. Ramaphosa is a captured
Honourable Member, you must withdraw unconditionally.
unconditionally.
Thank you.
So instead of getting running water, we get running ministers. They're running away from everything. They run away from accountability. They're running away from the principles of the Freedom Charter. They're running away from communities. Runaway ministers. And what we have today is a runaway budget. A budget that's running away from the people. That's why we as MK, we are standing with the people of this country, the majority of whom have given black political parties a 2/3 majority. You know, between the EFF, MK and ANC, South Africans have said you can lead with 2/3 majority, change the constitution, change our lives. Instead, what has happened? White monopoly capital have captured some of you so that you turn blacks against blacks and you fight against one another. Instead of us working together and uniting and changing our lives, our people don't have water. Don't come and bluff our people. Please, the fact of the matter is our people don't have water. We cannot support a budget that does not make a difference in our people's lives. We reject every single budget. We'll continue to do that until MK becomes the government. We unite every black person in this country to lead us into victory. I thank you.
Your rejection. We reject your rejection. Order, honourable members.
Sibonge sihlalo. Umkhonto wesizwe rejects this budget ngoba incane kakhulu. Iyihlazo kumakhosi nabantu abamnyama bafaka amaclaim from 1994 to 1998 angakaqedelwa. Iyihlazo kuma labor tenants afaka amaclaim from 1996 to 2001 angakaqedelwa. Kumanje kusekhona ama land claim asahlela ngakathintwa after 1998. Niyabuya nizothi budget is good for abantu abamnyama ngoba nakho izwe umhlaba usaphethwe abantu abamhlophe. Inkinga lento ngoba vele kusobala ukuthi le budget yakhelwe ukuthi kusekhona abantu abayiseyizimpimpi zabelungu ukuthi bekwazi ukusupport ukuthi abantu bengathengela umhlaba. Mangikhuluma ngendawo yase rural development emakhaya, izingane zasemakhaya isawela umfula ngeenyawo zezikoleni. Emakhaya amanzi basawaphuza nezinkomo emfuleni nezilwane zasehlathini. Imigwaqa ingene emakhaya izalikwazi igule ephethe ushukela zishonele emakhaya ngoba ama ambulance awangene emakhaya imigwaqa ayikho. Ama mobile clinic awangene emakhaya. Ama bridge awekho emakhaya. Izindla zikho emakhaya. Senihlona na ukuyo supporta izingadi abantu abatshala kuzona emakhaya ukuthi bekwazi ukuphilisa imindeni yabo. Le budget iyihlazo. I-MK party imele ukuthi umhlaba mawubuyele kubanikazi bawo ngaphandle kwesincephezelo. Abantu bekwazi ukushare i-economy yala eMzansi ngoba njengamanje abantu abamnyama bazuza lutho emhlabeni wabo. Abelungu bafika la bazothatha umhlaba abawukhokhela ngamali. Why njengamanje izimpimpi sefanele zikhokhela amalungu umhlaba ukuze bekwazi ukuthi umhlaba ubuyele kubanikazi bawo. Umkhonto wesizwe party rejects le budget encane kanje.
Honourable member, your time has expired. The IFP. Order, honourable members. The IFP.
Honourable. But what really shocked the House was Gwede Mantashe's reaction. The ANC heavyweight and party chairperson was seen throwing hand gestures and allegedly hurling abusive words at the MK party right from his seat.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I've always suspected Honourable Mantashe for taking something very strong when it comes to this plenary. He's been using some abusive words.
Honourable member.
Very abusive. And
Honourable
there's
member.
ladies sitting next to him. Please control him.
Honourable member.
Control this member, please.
Honourable member, you can discuss that with the Honourable Mantashe.
What do you think? Was Gwede Mantashe out of line? And why didn't the Speaker take action? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We want to hear from you. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to Heads Up SA for more real-time political breakdowns straight from the floor of the People's Parliament. Until next time, stay sharp, stay woke and keep your heads up, SA.
Even black political parties, a 2/3 majority. You know, between the EFF, MK and ANC, South Africans have said you can lead with 2/3 majority, change the constitution, change our lives. Instead, what has happened? White monopoly capital have captured some of you so that you turn blacks against blacks and you fight against one another. Instead of us working together and uniting and changing our lives, our people don't have water. Don't come and bluff our people. Please. The fact of the matter is our people don't have water. We cannot support a budget that does not make a difference in our people's lives. We reject every single budget. We'll continue to do that until MK becomes the government. We unite every black person in this country to lead us into victory. I thank you.
Thank your rejection. We reject your rejection. Order, honourable members.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we break down the headlines and hold power to account. Today, Advocate Dali Mpofu has launched a scathing attack on President Cyril Ramaphosa, accusing him of unconstitutional conduct regarding Minister Senzo Mchunu.
Crucially, public power must always be exercised within constitutional bounds and in the best interests of all our people.
Is this the case of legal overreach? Or is the president simply being exposed for trying to play both sides? Let's get into it. It all started when President Cyril Ramaphosa issued a strong statement.
In order for the Commission to execute its functions effectively, I have decided to put the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, on leave of absence with immediate effect. I have decided to appoint Professor Firoz Kachalia as Acting Minister of Police.
These are not suggestions. These are definite actions, past tense, done deals, or so it seemed. Enter Advocate Dali Mpofu, known for his strong courtroom presence and no-holds-barred legal arguments. Mpofu didn't mince his words. He called the president's actions constitutionally flawed and said you cannot just put a minister on leave like they are some civil servant.
Topic 1 is the leave of absence. As far as the leave of absence is concerned, justices, we say the following. As I've already said, the president does not have the power to place a minister on leave of absence, full stop. All the parties, fortunately, agree that there is no such express power, that nobody has to go there.
Mpofu argues that there's no such thing as putting a cabinet minister on special leave. The constitution does not recognize it. You either fire them or they resign. This middle ground, Mpofu argues, is nothing more than smoke and mirrors, political theater disguised as legal process.
Fatally tainted process renders the decision irrational. And in the context of this case, that raises a few rhetorical questions. Is it in the best interest of our people that we have yet another multi-billion commission which may or may not yield any outcomes? So that, as I will demonstrate, the community and the public can be sanitized and numbed into forgetting. By the time the commission report comes in 3-4 years' time, everyone would have forgotten what the issues are. Is that in the best interest of our people? Is it in the best interest of our people to have 2 ministers holding effectively the same portfolio, being paid over the next 3-4 years, 2 salaries, one sitting at home doing nothing, the other one acting in his place? Can that ever conceivably be in the best interest of our people? And more closer to home, is it in the best interest of the people to have the president doing all these maneuvers of this one is acting, this one is now acting in the place of the one who's acting, to the extent that as we're standing here now, we have 3 ministers of police. One in his absence, in the leave of absence, the other one acting in the place of the acting one.
Then came another bombshell from Mpofu. He slammed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to set up another commission of inquiry, calling it wasteful, confusing, and not in the public's best interest. According to Mpofu, South Africans are tired of commissions that go nowhere. We don't need another talk shop, we need accountability.
So tired of commissions of inquiry and their utility, and skeptical about their utility. The reason I'm starting there is because this is the backdrop against which the decisions, the impugned decisions, have been taken. The purported reason, actually the only reason given in the announcement made by the President for placing Minister Mchunu on leave, was to make the commission to be more effective, or words to that effect. I'll come to that in detail right now. And a generous interpretation of the leave of absence decision would be that, because we asked the rhetorical question, leave of absence pending what? And supposedly the most generous answer that one could give is that it's pending the commission. So the commission becomes central. Now, we would like to then move on to the issue of, which is going to be central to this matter. That's the issue of the leave of absence. Why is that central? Remember the issue about the interplay between the decisions. So that decision is central in the sense that in relation to the acting minister stroke Kachalia decision, it is purportedly, well, put it this way, there would have been no need to appoint acting minister Kachalia if the leave of absence decision had not been taken. Or, to put it differently, had that decision not been taken, then the president would have been free to appoint Professor Kachalia as a minister. That's self-evident.
Did the president unlawfully sidestep the constitution? Or is this just clever political maneuvering to avoid firing a key ally before the storm settles? And more importantly, can the president of South Africa change the meaning of his own words after the fact, especially when those words have legal weight? Let us know in the comments below what you think. Was Advocate Dali Mpofu right to call out the president, or is this just another distraction in the political chess game? Drop your thoughts on the comments below. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next breakdown. This is Heads Up SA, your plug for the real talk. Until next time, stay woke, stay sharp, and keep your heads up, SA. South Africa's Constitutional Court has refused to hear the MK Party's case, and this time they gave a reason, a legal technicality or something deeper. Dali Mpofu and MK Party spokesperson Nhlamulo Ndlela say the justice system is compromised.
These courts are being used now to participate and infringe on police work. And
like General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, they are now appealing directly to the public for intervention. This is bigger than politics. Let's break it down. In a significant legal setback, the Constitutional Court rejected the MK Party's urgent application. But this time, unlike the first silent refusal, the court offered a reason. The MK Party failed to apply under exclusive jurisdiction. What does that mean? It means that MK Party should have formally requested the ConCourt's exclusive right to deal with constitutional matters. And because they didn't, the case was thrown out.
Is the fact that the issue of direct access, which seems that even yourselves you don't understand. Direct access is only meant for cases which should otherwise be going to the High Court. So that question doesn't arise of saying, why did you not go to the High Court? Because that question could have been asked to us when we were here, for the Nkandla case. It could have been asked to us when we were here for the secret ballot case. Could have been asked when we were here for the impeachment case, all cases that were against President Zuma. But most of all, it should have been asked by you when the Zondo Commission came here directly. What stopped it from going to the High Court? And nobody seems to be asking those questions. So from a legal point of view, I just want to clarify that. Whenever there's a difference between exclusive jurisdiction and direct access. Exclusive jurisdiction is when only this court has jurisdiction. But direct access is when other courts have jurisdiction, but there are, in the interest of justice, compelling circumstances for you to come here. I think the public must understand the difference between those two things.
But what they said next is where things take a sharp turn. They called on the public to intervene, the same way General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi did earlier this year when he dropped a political bombshell.
I think, as Mr. Ndlela said, it's really in the hands of South Africans. If they think they want to know whether the commission is an illegal commission, whether the minister is an illegal minister, whether the leave of absence is illegal, if they want to know that, then they will find ways to find the truth, because this is their country.
General Mkhwanazi had warned that criminals had infiltrated SAPS, the NPA, and even Parliament. Now, the MK Party believes that the judiciary may not be immune either. Mpofu and Ndlela say South Africa's democracy is at risk, alleging there's a coordinated effort to suppress certain voices and block access to justice. Whether it's through legal technicalities or silent judgments, they believe the system is now hostile to their movement. They are demanding answers, if not from the courts, then from the people.
Who participate. But remember, let's not forget that General Mkhwanazi raised the fact that there are parliamentarians that are implicated and probably complicit in criminality. So, one of the things that does concern us, in as much as there'll be an ad hoc committee, is who's going to participate in that and whether there's any connection with them as parliamentarians, as raised by General Mkhwanazi, participating in this. So that's going to be something very interesting to see how it pans out. But I would say, and we would say, that it's going to be important that those that are going to participate, that a proper vetting process is done, and that they're not also found to be implicated. Otherwise, the process will not hold any water.
They've confirmed consultations with former President Jacob Zuma and the MK Party's National High Command. Could this result in an international legal appeal, mass protest, or something more unpredictable? As things stand, tensions are rising, and the next move might just decide the future of the party and possibly the credibility of the judicial system itself. The courts say it's a legal technicality. The MK Party say it's political warfare. And now, like Mkhwanazi before them, they are calling on you, the public, to act. Who do you believe? This is Heads Up SA, where we bring you the stories they don't want you to question. Like, comment, and hit that subscribe button to stay in the loop. Keep your heads up, SA.
Team has been effective. 436 people arrested and charged. Even after he had made those accusations, which people see as accusations, which we believe there is something there was people that have been arrested. So why not allow that process to continue? Instead, these courts are being used now to participate and infringe on police work. And on that, I'd like Simpofu to make a comment.
Before you enter, what stops the MK from heading to the High Court on an urgent basis at this stage?
And to interdict the inquiry, that's something that was heard yesterday.
Is something you're going to be doing? Look, we have to consult. This is a very serious issue. We're going to consult. I need to consult with the national officials, obviously with our legal team. But as to what the next steps are. But in this country, quite honestly, this is more than anything else, just a travesty of justice.
Mr. Mpofu, yesterday, thank you so much, Ntamulo, if we could just ask you, because part of what was asked or what was waged against you was that you're being personal, you're almost playing to the political gallery, and you weren't actually dealing with the law, which is perhaps why this is the outcome that has been reached.
Okay, well, I'm not going to comment on...
Step forward.
Okay, thanks, yeah. No, I can't comment on that kind of thing. I just wanted my attorneys here, and normally I wouldn't be commenting on this case, but since my attorney has given me an instruction to deal with the matter, because he has been in touch with our client, who has asked us to express his own shock at this, and we will be consulting with him. I can't deal with the merits of the case, obviously, for obvious reasons. Depending on what is going to happen, I can deal with it now because there's no case as we speak. There's no case that is pending. But I don't know what's going to happen in the future in relation to this matter. We might be back in this court, we might be in another court. So the only issue that I really want to, that I can comment on, because I can talk about generally without talking about the merits, is just to touch on one of the issues that Mr. Ndlela was talking about, which is the fact that the issue of direct access, which seems that even yourselves you don't understand. Direct access is only meant for cases which should otherwise be going to the High Court. So that question doesn't arise of saying, why did you not go to the High Court? Because that question could have been asked to us when we were here for the Nkandla case. It could have been asked to us when we were here for the secret ballot case. It could have been asked when we were here for the impeachment case, all cases that were against President Zuma. But most of all, it should have been asked by you when the Zondo Commission came here directly. What stopped it from going to the High Court? And nobody seems to be asking those questions. So from a legal point of view, I just want to clarify that whenever there's a difference between exclusive jurisdiction and direct access. Exclusive jurisdiction is when only this court has jurisdiction. But direct access is when other courts have jurisdiction, but there are, in the interest of justice, compelling circumstances for you to come here. I think the public must understand the difference between those two things. So the only question, put aside the question of exclusive jurisdiction. On direct access, the only question is whether anyone in this country thinks that these issues that were raised by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, which have affected all South Africans, are of sufficient significance for them to have warranted direct access compared to all these other issues. Nkandla, secret ballot, all the cases that were given direct access. And that would be our approach from a legal point of view. Yeah. We can't comment on the issues that Mr. Ndlela is raising, which are in the political space.
Mr. Mpofu, you were one of the people who brought about this rescission application in about 2021. Is that something that could be an option for you?
Well, all options are on the table until we have consulted with the clients and attorneys. There's no option that's off the table. But the point of the matter is that I think, as Mr. Ndlela said, it's really in the hands of South Africans. If they think they want to know whether the commission is an illegal commission, whether the minister is an illegal minister, whether the leave of absence is illegal, if they want to know that, then they will find ways to find the truth, because this is their country.
Time is of the essence. Tomorrow, Faraz Kachalia steps into the role as acting police minister. So in terms of how quickly you're going to make a determination, is that something that you're going to be dealing with as a matter of urgency, or, as you're saying, you're going to leave it in the hands of South Africans to decide?
Well, speaking for myself, I'll leave it in the hands of the client, but Mr. Ndlela, I will leave it in the hands of South Africans.
All right, Advocate Dalim Mpofu.
So what represents the streets?
Represent.
Well, you know that we've said that we've got a three-pronged approach. We said that we're going to have a program in Parliament. In Parliament, we obviously now have tabled a motion of no confidence with the President. We mentioned that we obviously going to take it to court, which is this case. And then the other one was that it's going to be to the streets.
Obviously, we saw that establishing of the ad hoc committee. Now members are going to be part of it. Are you confident that it will deliver its final outcomes that will speak to what needs to be done?
Well, I mean, again, that's just going to be a process in Parliament that's being undertaken by Parliament and parliamentarians that will participate. But remember, let's not forget that General Mkhwanazi raised the fact that there are parliamentarians that are implicated and probably complicit in criminality. So, one of the things that does concern us, in as much as there'll be an ad hoc committee, is who's going to participate in that and whether there's any connection with them as parliamentarians, as raised by General Mkhwanazi, participating in this. So that's going to be something very interesting to see how it pans out. But I would say, and we would say, that it's going to be important that those that are going to participate, that a proper vetting process is done, and that they're not also found to be implicated. Otherwise, the process will not hold any water.
Just for clarity's sake, as the MK party, have you tried or endeavored to meet with General Mkhwanazi?
No. We're a political party. What we do is we engage with the police via portfolio committees.
Nhlamulo, what do you mean it's in the hands of South Africans? You've said this 3 times now, please.
That it's in the, sorry?
That it's in the hands of South Africans.
Well, it's in the hands of South Africans. As you would have heard, we've spoken about parliamentary sovereignty. And what we're seeing now is judicial sovereignty. And we're saying every single time Parliament takes a decision and makes a decision, it's always being changed by judges. And that's a problem. So, and they forget. But these are unelected judges. And that's what we're saying. It's not the will of the people that has been concluded here. The will of the people is per what General Mkhwanazi has said, that people today are dying on a daily basis. Our kids and the communities are facing the scourge of drugs, and there are criminals out there. And the president, quite honestly, is also complicit here. If you look at what is happening here, the state and the judiciary is criminalizing the state. The judges are criminalizing the state. And we're saying that this needs to stop. The people of this country are the ones that voted for Parliament. They are the ones that voted and ensured that the laws that are pushed through Parliament must be implemented by judges. Not judges are interpreters of the law, not implementers of the law, in actual fact. So we're saying the will of the people must resonate with all decisions that are taken.
All right, spokesperson of the Open Constituency Party, and of course, advocates.
What General Mkhwanazi said, Chairperson, on the 6th of July, 2025, is not evidence, Chairperson, in a technical.
Then why are we here? Are we here for gossiping?
We didn't come here to play. We came here ready.
Tensions flared in Parliament. MPs from across the political spectrum weren't having it after the legal team claimed that what General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi presented is not evidence.
Of course, Chairperson, I'm saying this with the greatest of respect. What General Mkhwanazi said, Chairperson, on the 6th of July, 2025, is not evidence, Chairperson, in a technical sense. And of course, one would need a legal person to go around speaking to people who will be able to corroborate what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said. And of course, as you can imagine, Chairperson, the committee, cannot do that. And of course, you need, sworn statements from witnesses drafted and so on and so on. So that's the kind of work we think will be taking place over the next 2 to 3 weeks, Chairperson. But if you were to say, what is our firm or concrete proposal, Chairperson, is that the draft terms of reference be circulated, and of course, members or even different political parties can comment on them, we firm them up. We have a meeting where they are considered. Of course, consider means the committee may either adopt or not adopt them. I'm not sure the Chairperson if
we are not saying that you must wait for the.
MK Party's Honorable Skhosana didn't mince his words. He fired back, saying, "We are not here to gossip." General Mkhwanazi attached actual evidence to his statements. He also expressed his deep disappointment over the absence of Parliament's chief legal advisor during such a critical session.
Again, Chair, in our joint sitting, the chief legal advisor is not here even today. Now, for me, it's like, I'm not sure, maybe it's the chair of the Justice Committee knows why he's not here. I'm not sure, but the issue is that the chief legal advisor again is not here, and we've raised that in the joint sitting. And for me, it's disturbing that in this serious meeting where we are told there's legal advice, but the guy who's leading them is not here, or the lady who's leading them is not here. And the question is why, Chair? Next time this thing must not happen. If they want to work with us, and they should not, guide us like our own members have already said, that what Mkhwanazi said is not evidence, it's disturbing. Then why are we here? Are we here for gossiping? No, we are not here for that. Mkhwanazi presented, he attached evidence in that press statement, and we are going to deal with that here. Thank you, Chair.
Then came EFF President Julius Malema. He was crystal clear, we are not here to play. He slammed the legal team's remarks as dismissive and undermining, stressing the parliament came ready to do the work.
A very important proposal made by Honorable Mateis. Just give us the person who must send the proposals to. It's as simple as that. And then the proposals by end of Friday, midday, then they are closing. But if you give us a person now who will submit while it's at here, because we've got those things. We didn't come here to play. We came here ready. And I don't know what is this remark that General Mkhwanazi is not what he presented is not evidence. I don't know where does that arise, because it doesn't arise at all. We're just trying to get an advice on how those things can be dealt with. General Mkhwanazi, you can't say what he presented is not evidence. We'll deal with that. We're still dealing with terms of reference. We can't start by saying General Mkhwanazi, what he said is not evidence. That's very dismissive. Right at the beginning, we're starting on a wrong footing. So please, when people are asked, especially support staff, they must not enter into the terrain. They must just give us technical advice and leave the rest to us. Because we're not going to live here being part of a remark that says what Mkhwanazi said is not evidence. Thanks, Chief.
And they went alone. More members of parliament stood up in unity, defending the integrity of Mkhwanazi's presentation and pushing back hard against what they felt was legal arrogance. With growing scrutiny over crime and policing, this back and forth shows just how heated and high stakes the political space is becoming. Subscribe for more raw political moments. This is Heads Up SA. No filters, just facts. Enjoy the debate.
Safe to say that I was also equally very disturbed to hear that Mkhwanazi's revelations actually are not evidence. I think that was actually defeating the purpose of this session. And my second concern is the absence of the chief legal advisor, because for me, this is a critical start of this process of investigation. So for me, it is very, very crucial that we start from a solid foundation, solid legal foundation as well. So I am raising my concern that the chief legal advisor is not here to ensure that we actually have a smooth take-off, as it were, of the processes and the functions of this committee. Thank you.
Okay.
The chief legal advisor of Parliament is not part of the Justice Committee. They are in the office of the Speaker, but I think the proposal may be, given the nature of the issues we ought to deal with, we prefer that the chief legal advisor be deployed to the work we're going to be doing to assist the committee, of course, without sounding as though that we don't take serious the legal advisors that are here, but they can work as a team being led by the chief legal advisor. I think I want to also second that as when we undergo this process of submissions and inputs on the terms of reference and the program, at least by next week, if we are to set a time frame of Friday, at least by next week, Tuesday, we must have been able to sit a meeting, even if it's virtual as proposed, to deal with two issues, the terms of reference and the program of the committee. I'm sure by now, Chair, when we leave here, you would have been able to establish your own management committee that is going to be led by you to deal with some of the technical, deep, detailed issues so that when we come to a broader committee meeting, at least there is work that has been done through your office and your technical team. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. The part that has been said by the guy from legal about what is evidence and what is not evidence is subjective. Let's not dwell on it. No, I'm saying it is subjective on his part. He can't decide for us what is evidence and what is not evidence. That's what I'm saying, Honorable Skhosana. Yeah. It's unfortunate that it has been said here. He can't say it even before we agree on the terms of reference. The terms of reference will be the one that tell us that this is evidence or it is not evidence.
Before we judge, let's rewind. When General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made serious allegations public, ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula accused him of breaking protocol.
These are grave accusations by a police commissioner, which borders on lawlessness.
But here is what they won't tell you. This isn't the first time General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi raised these concerns. Today, we broadcast a critical moment many have missed or ignored. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi did approach Parliament. He mentioned the very same people, Brian Mokgotsi, Ket Matlala, and Minister Senzo Mchunu. The silence, deafening. Nothing was done. So while some now cry foul about protocol, the truth is the alarm was sounded long ago. Forgive us if you've seen this video, but some of you are only now ready to see it.
In 2024, on the 29th of October, to be precise, I received a phone call, Chair, a phone call and a message that came from a gentleman who said to me he's a close associate of the Minister of Police, and that is Mr. Brown. He referred to himself as Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. This Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, who had described himself as a close associate to the Minister of Police, indicated to me, which made me believe that he's a close associate of the Minister of Police, because he said to me he was joining the Minister of Police to visit the Lusikisiki massacre that had happened last year. And because I did not trust him, I called the Chief of Staff to try and establish who is this gentleman. And the Chief of Staff did confirm to me that indeed he is a very person close to the Minister of Police. But what surprised me about this gentleman is that he then indicated to me on a message that he sent me when he said there's an internal attempt to discredit me through the defeating the end of justice case. And as we engage, and I asked him, what is he talking about? He then he sent me a report that was written by the member who, well, not signed, but a report that was written by a Lieutenant Colonel Matthews, who was working under Operational Valomgodi, who was an operational commander at the time. And unfortunately, the report that he sent to me, a letter which I have here before me, was not signed, Honorable Chair and members. He sent me this report, and subsequent to that, he then forwarded the copies of the OB entries that were made at Impangeni police station, where there were indications that I personally stopped the arrest of one senior officer from the correctional service. So that's how the whole thing started. So when he sent me these things, I, subsequent to that, Chair, before I could even respond to that, the next thing that he had asked me was whether, how well do I know the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence? Because it indicates that the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence had made a presentation of which he attached the copy of the screen, a presentation the Crime Intelligence was making, which obviously is either he was part of the presentation where Crime Intelligence were presenting the divisional policies, which is dated 2024-2025, on the screen. That's how it was highlighted here. The presentation was made on the 30th of September 2024. He gave me that screenshot. If he was not part of that meeting, surely someone who was at that meeting was feeding him with this information. So he sent me the screenshot and he says to me, Gerald Khumalo, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, I must check my standing with him. And because he said yesterday he pushed a negative narrative about me on how the cash in transits are happening in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and the fact that I don't want to listen to the advices of crime intelligence when they're giving me early warnings and so forth. And he cited a retired Major General Chika to be amongst the people that were unhappy about my response into their warnings about crime intelligence. So that's a communication that he brought to me. And when I asked him about more details about this thing, where did he get this, and what is General Khumalo specifically saying about me, other than what is presenting to me? Whether is the leadership aware about what General Khumalo has been saying about me? So he says. His response was, and I quote, "The minister is briefed. He has just arrived at Lusikisiki." So that's why I phoned the chief of staff to try and establish, because this person looks like he's very close to the Minister of Police, and he was traveling with him to Lusikisiki. And I guess the investigation is going to reveal whether did he. But we've been working, Chair, and this task team have gone beyond the borders of KwaZulu-Natal, have gone to the Gauteng province. There's a case that they are assisting investigating in Gauteng, the case that involves very senior police officers, who some of them might be in this platform that you are in right now. And that is part of what is causing the chaos in the South African Police Service. So, Honorable Chair, I'm going to leave it there. And that is basically why I was then making a reference on what is transpiring now to that what happened in 2011, where bad police officers are using politicians to try and get their ways around. So that is my submission, Chair. Thanks so much.
There's a difference between not being happy with the ANC occupying the position of a chairperson with a person occupying the position of a chairperson. So an impression must never be created that we have a problem with you. We have a problem with the ANC occupying that position. Secondly, you, chairperson, said we are politicians. Since there's no agenda or anything, let's speak. People speak here. When people speak because you open the floor, they are told they are speaking for cameras. As if some people have got a right here to come and give us notes and tell us what to say. We are not just speaking. The chairperson said speak, because it's a first meeting. So we express ourselves and all of that, and then we leave. She's raising her observation on the position of the chairperson. There's no, because her observation doesn't change anything. It will not reverse what has democratically happened. But it's important that an observation be made by a member if she so wishes, because the chair opened the floor. Nowhere do they say democratic processes cannot be questioned. She's within her right. At no point of order is necessary, because she's not going out of any agreed upon agenda item. So, and she's speaking for the first time. Action SA is speaking for the first time. All we could have done, it was to protect her and allow her to make observation, and we proceed. Not for her to be character assassinated the way people are doing now. I think she must be protected. To be called populist, to be called cameras, it's out of order. It's really unbecoming. It's unacceptable, especially when we're just starting. She has not done anything wrong, Chair. And that's a point I wanted to raise.
Sanibonani. Thank you. Kuthiwa nginibingelele nje kuphela. I think the former SG wanted to say
he left us with a debt of 28 million.
The MK party has dropped a political bombshell announcing the termination of former Secretary General Floyd Shivambu's membership. And they didn't stop there. From new leadership appointments to sharp criticism of the GNU to Jacob Zuma's stance on Morocco, the briefing was loaded. At the heart of the press briefing, the announcement that Floyd Shivambu is no longer part of the MK party, citing his recent negative remarks about the movement. The leadership made it clear his position had become untenable. The decision, they say, is about protecting the integrity of the party and its mission.
We now take this opportunity to clarify our position regarding the former Secretary General. The leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe has noted several statements and utterances by the former Secretary General, who was removed from the position recently. The leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe had considered these utterances and actions and arrived at a conclusion that the former Secretary General had not only publicly defined himself or themselves outside the ranks and ideological line of the MK party, but also seriously violated the trust placed on them as a member of the party. In this regard, the decision has been taken to summarily terminate the membership of the former Secretary General, and a formal letter of expulsion was transmitted to him on the 15th of July, 2025.
And greetings. I think the former SG wanted to say he left us with a debt of 28 million. That's the mistake he made. From where we are sitting, comrades and colleagues, in terms of finance, we appointed Nduma Consulting Company that is qualified chartered accountants and auditors, so that we can have an independent view in terms of our finance before an AG comes in. That was done. Indeed, we do have some findings at any other auditing. Remember, the purpose of auditing is for continuous improvement so that we can have proper system in place, particularly that we are the new party. We do have some findings that is more focused on our bookkeeping than really to say there's any form of corruption. And it needs to be highlighted that I did not actually to respond in such allegations. Chair was forcing me on a daily basis. I don't want to entertain allegations because the person that is coming with allegation was fully accountable for the Treasurer's office for the past 5 months. Unless where I'm sitting, he did something, he was able to hide it very well. So from where we are sitting in terms of auditors, we have no any major findings that are there, but we do have areas where they are of concern for improvement.
2 times a month. I think that's what it says. Then you have a chief executive officer in the form of somebody that we call a Secretary General. Sits for months in the position and does not report to this collective, this leadership, to then say, hey, there is money that is disappearing every month to the tune of about, I think he branded something like 7 million a month, right? Now, and this is exactly, it is at the center of leadership responsibility and administrative responsibility, this point that I'm raising, right? Okay, suppose we were too ugly for him to report this thing, this stealing, right? And maybe intimidating or something. So why not report a crime with the police? Because this is stealing. We're talking about stealing here, right? So how come we are not reporting this theft with law enforcement agencies? So then say there's money that is being stolen by somebody in MK, and so on and so it goes. And you're not doing that.
With Shivambu's departure leaving a gap, the MK party moved quickly to rebuild. They unveiled Dr. Bongani Mngwango as the new Secretary General, a man whose CV spans from the private sector to the NGOs. Alongside him, Nomsa Dlamini was announced as the new Deputy Secretary General, signaling what the party calls a fresh and capable leadership collective. While the leadership shake-up grabbed the headlines, the MK party also took time to remind South Africans of the roots behind their name and the liberation ideals they say still drive them today. They see their struggle now as economic, against unemployment, a stagnant GDP, and a political system they believe serves markets over the people. From cutting ties with a profile member to appointing fresh leadership, the MK party is sending a message. They are moving forward, fast. Whether this momentum carries them to 2026 as a dominant political force, that's for the voters to decide. You are watching Heads Up SA, where the nation's politics meets the people. Keep your heads up, SA.
Mr. Ramaphosa responded on time. And I think that's important. It demonstrates that he takes President Zuma seriously and Mkhonto weSizwe very seriously. He responded on time. But sadly, his response, he is running away again from answering the questions. Basic questions that we've raised with him. The questions we raised was, he said he's appointing Professor Kachalia as per Section 91(3)(c) in an acting capacity. There is no such thing in the Constitution that allows a president to appoint someone in acting. There was no such thing. It was a simple question that was asked. We then asked him, at the point at which he then appointed Professor Kachalia, he refers to him as a minister designate. Which one is it? Acting minister, minister designate, or minister? It's confusing. So those are some of the questions that we asked him. But again, we can't expect more from a person who himself is a constitutional delinquent. Because all that he's ever demonstrated to date is constitutional delinquency.
Sanibonani. Thank you. Kuthiwa nginibingelele nje kuphela. No. Ngiyanibingelela bandla, siyajabula ukuthi sibonanile. Ngiyajabula ukuthi nibuzile imibuzo yonke nayithola zonke impendulo. Ngimangalile ke mina mangizwa obaba laba nomama kuthiwa benze njani konje balalela indaba bese beyixoxa. Okay, yeah. Bebuza indaba ye-flag. Ngithuke kabi. Ukhona umuntu ongazi South Africa ukuthi i-flag of any country belongs to the citizens of that country. Khona bengazi lo nto. Nani impela nize niyawubuza nje lo mbuzo serious. Hawu kwahleni bo. Every country has a flag with its color. Every citizen owns that flag. It's not a government. Not a government. Government uthola likhona lapho. Nani impela niyabuza nje. Hawu nangidumaza. Hawu bakwethu. Anyway, thank you very much for coming. We thought in our meeting, kufanele sibe nalesikhathi nje ke sithi ukuxoxa. Nanibuze nathi siphendule njalo njalo. Kumnandi ke ukuba nani. Inkinga nje ukuthi sengathi nina ngesinye isikhathi manibuza imibuzo ngiye ngize ngibona hawu ukuthi bahlala la eSouth Africa. Abayiboni ukuthi iyashintsha eSouth Africa. Ayishintshi bakwethu. Nithuleleni nini. Nithuleleni ayishintshi. Awusho yini ngashintshi? Ake ngibuze wena ke manje. Yini ngashintshi? Khuluma. Nange seyifihla. Banda siyabonga. Okwambe ukubonga nje siyabonga ukuthi sibe kanye nani namhlanje. Sophinda sibe kanye nani njalo nje. Nazi kahle ukuthi iSouth Africa iyashintsha. Ungakuboni lokho okwakhe. Uyosala ngapha komfula thina sesingaphesheya. Akunjalo? Yeah. Ngiyajabula ke futhi ukuthi nazi insizwa nentombi abashasha. Abashasha. Yazi ukuthiwa hayi lo xosha abantu njalo nje. Akuzeli uzodlala thina la. Umudlala sidlala thina. Sithatha iSouth Africa. Ingakho nje singeke size elokuzeni econference ene imali zabelungu ezithi votela lowa ngeke. Masihlangana uzwa kuthiwa sihlangene manje kobe ngiyana lento ekade ngisho. Kuyobe kuyithi sihlangene sizothi how are we taking our party forward? Bese silungisa lokho nje. Uma ungezwe emadlebeni soda awugudlukeke wena. Asinandaba. Sikusho futhi lokho futhi nenhlanhla ngoba bangikhuza. Ngabe sengixosha abantu abaningi ngabe. Ngakhuzwa lezi labaholi laba bathi awume kancane solungisa.
Presented with new facts, scientific facts and new realities. Now the reality is the issue of Morocco and Sahara did not start now to be entertained by President Zuma. In 2017, in a delegation I was part of that went to the African Union where Morocco was readmitted as a member of the AU in January. Soon after that, later in the year, President Zuma had a meeting at the behest of King Mohammed VI of the Kingdom of Morocco to present where their frame of mind was as a country and how South Africa could possibly help in resolving this problem that this year has lasted for over 50 years without any practical solution. That is why in 2018, South Africa reopened its embassy in Rabat, and Morocco reopened its embassy in South Africa to be fully fledged embassies instead of being downgraded to the level in which they were. When Umkhonto weSizwe was formed, President Zuma received many invitations at an international level. The last meeting we had about one of the countries which got problems, we can't at this stage, was yesterday. Members of parliament all over the world, leaders of the world continue to seek guidance from President Zuma because they've lost confidence in the leadership of South Africa to handle complex matters of the African continent. Now, President Zuma has a responsibility to lead the debate on areas where he believes South Africa should reconsider its positions on those matters. That is why on the question of Morocco and Sahara, upon being approached by the embassy and the leadership and other countries, and having considered all issues about the unification of Africa, that we can no longer afford to balkanize our continent into small and viable countries when we are confronted with arrogant USA and the West like this.
See, GNU, Susana Bantu, Emasimbin, Amakaka lawa.
South Africa is talking, but is anyone really listening? While politicians host conferences and leaders make speeches, the real national dialogue might be happening on the ground, in our communities, on social media, and in the streets. Recently, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi raised the controversial but critical question: what's better for society? A few highly paid workers or millions earning a fair living wage? He argues that when unions push for higher salaries, companies often hire few people, and unemployment fuels crime. Some heard this as an attack on wage increases. Others saw it as a deeper truth about inequality.
Police officers in KZN to 19,000. But the population is growing and we are going down more. Thanks to who? The unions. Labor people who said we want salaries for our employees. So the more government increase salaries, is the lesser they employ. So the lesser they employ, the more crime happens. So we need to really interrogate and ask this thing. Prima, you said this country is going down in front of our eyes. The reality is we've got too many things that are wrong in our country that contribute. Labor laws are one of those. I can tell you that one. We moved to 25,000 employees. It was paying me to look at the NUMSA's Secretary General yesterday talking about the closures of UDA. So when we have companies that are starting to shut down, you need to ask yourself, and many of them shutting down in the country, the higher the salary we need, the lesser the employment. And that's a reality. We can't avoid it, but it's a fact. We must face it, it is there. And we experience it in the police, and so is everyone. Now, therefore, we have to employ other means to try and balance this. Because if we don't have a person, that means we must employ a camera to help us to see at least. If we don't have a person, we must employ cars so that we can have more vehicles patrolling to cover the areas that people were not normally supposed to cover. And all these things need money. That is unfortunately the reality. So it's the truth that I'm glad we're all here that we'll have to face as we're talking to each other. We are yours and we need you to guide us. If we are not behaving well, discipline us. If you're not fit for a job, fire us because we are employed by you. We not have a guarantee that we can be in this job forever. You need to chase us out of this job forever. You need to chase us away if you're not delivering.
In Qunu, Eastern Cape, residents have blocked the busy N2, their reason, a community without water for over a decade. Imagine, 10 years without a basic human need. Their message is simple: enough is enough. In KwaZulu-Natal, members of Umkhonto weSizwe have made headlines, removing foreign nationals from hospitals. The party's Labour Desk spokesperson Mthobi Sishinga says ordinary South Africans are right to complain about undocumented immigrants taking jobs and resources. It's a sensitive, painful debate, one that's dividing communities.
If maybe nje inga-add something, when it comes to lento yama illegal foreigners asebenza endaweni ezihlukene, abanye abantu njengoba mhlawumbe umuntu ohlala mhlawumbe la morning side mhlawumbe usebenza to some office or some corporate space is right nje akanandaba nayo, you don't care, akanankinga nayo. Mhlawumbe umuntu uhlala esentini uyazi ukuthi mephuma ungena emotweni yakhe ahambe usenze into yakhe abuye ngene emotweni yakhe abuye, mefika restaurant uzombona nje illegal foreigner imserve kuphela njalo. Wait until bafike or rather bathinte izinto ezithinta bona direct. I'm just going to make one example quickly. I'm not going to mention names because Gabazi have start to attack. Okay. So a certain political party this past weekend had Siyabonga rally in Polokwane there. So there's a what we need a certain political party. So within his speech,
that's ANC, right?
No,
EFF. Oh, EFF.
So President Wakon he takes the platform. He ulwa ni company eZimbabwean ethole itender ePolokwane, right? Uyala uthi hey umuntu nenkampani yaseZimbabwe itender kalithole kuphi.
Mr. Open Borders.
Uyazi ngoba yini manje selo?
Yeah.
Phela badla amathenda. Sebethinta kena ngqo uyabona bese ngeke ayikho lento. Sebedla kwawakhe. But labantu laba who on the ground abakhala ngendaba emsebenzi. Ngoba nawo abantu badla emsebenzini yabo. So ingakho ke namanje ngoba sebenyakaza into yakhe nobotha ingeke madoda.
Meanwhile, in Pretoria's Garankuwa, pastors and community leaders led a peaceful march. They didn't just protest for water or jobs or safety. They protested for dignity, for a better South Africa. There's a storm brewing in our country, but storms bring change. The question is, will the real national dialogue, the voices of ordinary South Africans, finally be heard? Or will it all be drowned out by politics as usual? What do you think? Is the real national dialogue happening in Parliament or in our communities? Let us know in the comments below. This is Heads Up SA, where we bring the people's voice straight to the front. Keep your heads up, SA.
See, GNU. Susana bantu emasimbeni amakaka lawa
bukanje amakaka abahleli kuona abantu naka amakaka abahleli kuona abantu every day every single day bahlala endane kanje bafethu ukaka nje lona ubona sekunormal
it's become a norm ngempela
yabo nje iyona le Honorable Shares, ithini yakho
This is bad. You know, it is my job to expose corruption, but this is on another level. You can't believe that a human being would create conditions for another human being to live like this. ANC government, we know.
Laba abalapha ngemvume ngoba sinaba bethu abalapha kwamanye amazwe ngokusemthethweni. Nami nje sengeke ngaya kwelinye izwe sengeke ngaya kwamanye amazwe kodwa ngokusemthethweni. Ngabuya. Nabo ngisho nabo bafike njalo babe bavakashi nasemakhaya. Cha ngiyalizwa ke kulo. Kodwa cha bawethu angithi njengoba ngihlezi nani la ngihlezi nabantu abayithemba lokwakha kabusha isifundazwe manje nenza kahle ukuthi nisho lento ukuze ngiyilungise ukuthi olapha ngongekho emthethweni kufanele ahambe abuye nencwadi mayifuna ukubuya abuye ngokusemthethweni mayifuna ukubuya siqaleke uhlelo namaphoyisa noma affairs masifikeliwe ngefemu ebaqashile sathola ulwazi uthunyelwa be-intelligence kuyo-check ule information credible hayi nami impela kwesisikhathi ngiba khona ngifike ngiyobona ngamehlo amafemu amaningi sesifikile khona safike sakuthola ngempela lokho kuyinkinga sifike sibophe umnikazi wefemu sibophe nabo bathathwe namhlanje ekuseni amaphoyisa nje yobe sine operation lapha Major General case khona imoto abayimisile ngoba kwi roadblock yenjalo kuba active namhlanje thina ngifuna ukuba active ngizoba nje passive ke ngobserve ngabona ke bayimise imoto insizwa yakhona la ilayishe abathathu abokufika abana amaphepha ngoba abantu abayimbangela yalesime lenkinsibhele nayo ithini uqobo lwethu ithini sibanikeza amatoho ngenxa ukuthi sithi bakhokhela imali encane amaphoyisa kabophe konke abopha umqashi abopha nabo labo siyayiqhenya ke ngalo msebenzi omuhle.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we unpack the latest political and social stories shaping South Africa. Today we are diving into the controversy shaking in the Department of Higher Education, and trust me, it's a big one. Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Higher Education is not impressed with the new Minister of Higher Education, Buti Manamela. Allegations are flying that he pulled a move almost identical to what got his predecessor, Nobuhle Nkabane, fired, appointing corruption-implicated individuals to the SETA boards. Clement Manyathela sat down with the chairperson of the committee, Tebogo Letsi, who revealed shocking details. According to Letsi, the minister was asked to explain his decisions to Parliament, but instead, he tried to blue-tick the committee.
We have written to him on the 19th of August 2025 to explain the whole reasons that would have pushed him to take this decision and the process that would have followed. He did respond to us on the 20th, well, on the 23rd, but the letter was dated the 22nd. Which did not respond to our questions. So I wrote to him again yesterday, indicating, because on the letter that he wrote to us, he said he's subjecting this process to a PSC process, but I wrote to him and indicated that he has a responsibility to account to Parliament.
But Letsi wasn't backing down. He reminded Manamela of his constitutional duty to account to Parliament and gave him a deadline, 27 August. The ball is now in the minister's court.
We don't undermine PSC as a Chapter 10 institution, but we are Parliament given the powers by the Constitution, Section 55 and 92, subsection 2. So expect him to respond. He has not yet responded. His deadline is tomorrow.
So to be clear, you asked him to explain what process he followed in placing these seats under administration. And his response was that the Public Service Commission is now in control of the situation, trying to investigate. He didn't necessarily respond to and to explain how he went about this decision.
Yeah, not only the process and the reasons, but we also, when we wrote again to him and we said to him, because there are issues that have been raised about the administrators themselves, he must also tell us if there was any work done on looking at the quality of the people that he was bringing there and whether they had any other issues. So we're waiting for him to respond to those things tomorrow. But to answer your question, true, we asked him about the process and he referred us to that he has referred the matter to the PSC.
Okay, so
according to Letsi, the Higher Education Department is in serious disarray. Processes are supposedly in place, but people are simply not doing their jobs. Even the Director General hasn't provided a report on how SETA board members were appointed.
Is that if there's allegations of anything, let's say maladministration, governance collapse, financial mismanagement, the skills development indicate that he has to undergo some investigative process. And then once it comes out and says there's 1, 2, 3, 4, he must write to the sitters and say, look, with the forensic has found 1, 2, 3, 4, can you please explain? And if he's not happy with their responses, then he can institute Section 15, subsection 1, where he puts the seat under administration, working with the Director General. So he instructs the Director General to put the sitters under administration. So that is what these sitters are saying. That did not happen.
Yeah, the sitter CEOs are saying that when they went to the DG and asked, what are the reasons really for placing our sitters under administration, the DG said, well, it's the minister's decision. He didn't seem to have any answers.
Which is because the DG should know. I mean, the DG signed the gazettes. You saw the gazettes that were, so it would suggest that the DG would have signed the gazettes from the instruction of the minister when he himself did not prepare the report to the minister. It's a very strange answer, but like I said, the minister will must respond to us by tomorrow, the 20th of the 27th. Is it the 27th?
Yeah. What is happening?
In a twist of irony, Minister Buti Manamela has now called for a commission of inquiry to vet the very board members he already appointed. As Letsi said, this is playing with the lives of South Africans.
Indeed, in fact, when that SETA was put under administration in in 2019, in December of 2019, I think around the 22nd of December 2019. Mr. Wasa was put as an administrator there for about 2 years. When he was there, he did investigations. There's a report called the Duja report. So in May this year, we called the department with the construction SETA, because we paid about 18 million. The department paid about 18 million for that investigation, which was comprehensive. And we were shocked to learn that the department has not made that Duja report public, and therefore the current or the board that just left could not implement any of the recommendations of this Duja report, because it was not a public document. It must be, the department must publicize it. They did not do it.
Wait, they spent 18 million rand investigating, and the recommendations from that investigation were not implemented?
Yes, and that's what we had a problem with the department. And immediately when we finished with them, they said they are going to publicize it. Before I came here, I went to the department websites to check if indeed they've done so. That Duja report raises a lot of questions about maladministration, people who, were given discretionary grants to their friends who do not qualify, but they can't be prosecuted. We can't do anything to them because the SETA can't implement consequence management on those people. And who's at fault? It's the department itself. So the department, which today are saying they are not aware of what would have happened, what are the reasons, are themselves to blame for wasteful expenditure of this amount.
Okay. Now,
in a twist of irony, Minister Buti Manamela has now called for a commission of inquiry to vet the very board members he already appointed. As Letsi said, this is playing with the lives of South Africans.
Yeah, from what you are saying, it does not make sense. And that is why we have applied to government for a special day so that we can have a conversation as the portfolio committee with the minister, because from what you are saying is that they are admitting that they've appointed people without due process, which would have been strange, because that again would have been the job of the leaders, the leaders from the department, legal team, director general and his team, and that if that would not have happened, again it will mean that it's a misconduct. It's people in the department playing with the lives of our people. These SETAs should play a critical role in skilling, upskilling and reskilling our unemployed and employed people in South Africa, so that they are able to contribute meaningfully to the mainstream economy. And if they continue to do these things, honestly speaking, we must have a serious conversation with the leadership at the department. Secondly, we have asked that the department must give us the problem statements of this skills development. At one of the proposals we are going to put there is that so the department must have what you call a panel of seasoned, qualified practitioners, business rescue practitioners who, when you want to put a seat under administration, you look at those people. But it must be seasoned business rescue practitioners, because if you're just going to put somebody because they've got this qualification or that qualification, you are going to open up the system for corrupt activities, where Teboho, as a minister, can just go and look at Clement as a friend who just happened to have qualifications, but not necessarily the qualifications that would work best for this particular problem that we have. But because they've got qualifications, you just put qualifications that fit the criteria of your particular person. So when we change the skills development, like, these are some of the issues that personally I'm going to put there as a proposal, so that we are stabilized. When we mean we want to stabilize this thing, we must be practical. It must be something that even when you look at it, it will be a code that will be very difficult to crack.
If he continues, The Portfolio Committee says it will have to take drastic action against the department. The higher education sector is too important to be run like a playground for political experiments. So, what do you think? Should Parliament crack down harder on Buti Manamela for appointing corruption-implicated officials? And do you believe we will ever see the 18 million rand report? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Let's talk about it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. This is Heads Up SA, keeping you informed, keeping you sharp. Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we break down South Africa's political conversations and ask tough questions others shy away from. EFF Member of Parliament Sihle Lonzi once again stirred debate, this time targeting DA Federal Council Chairperson Helen Zille. It all started when Power FM posted a clip of Helen Zille exiting the studio after hosting a special 987 Women Edition show. Celebrating Women's Month, she was given flowers, a warm and symbolic gesture. But Lonzi wasn't having any of it. He jumped on X, formerly known as Twitter, and wrote, "Helen Zille is visibly old, tired and frail, which makes sense because she is a 75-year-old pensioner. No amount of paid media can change the fact. Helen must go spend quality time with her grandchildren. There is no Johannesburg that will be fixed by a granny." Strong words, but was he right?
We are not going to listen to Helen Zille. Helen Zille is a representative, is a delegate of Satan himself.
Guys, we cannot afford to have Helen Zille as the mayor of Joburg. Helen Zille is 100 million times worse Cyril Ramaphosa. She is the actual Tumamina of the Western imperialists. She's a
This isn't the first time Lonzi has cast political shade. He's built a reputation as an EFF firebrand, known for confronting corruption, exposing dodgy SETA appointments.
You are protecting corruption. Why? Why am I being chased out? Because this chairperson is protecting corruption. The son of Cohete, the son of ministers, get to be appointed illegally sitters. I'm asking a question that must be dragged out because this chairperson is protecting corruption. What do I do? 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 What do I do?
And even challenging Higher Education Minister Buti Manamela for bypassing due processes.
Good afternoon. I think all of us are very shocked that really in less than a month, or probably a month or so, the new minister Buti Manamela is literally repeating the exact same mistakes that were repeated by its predecessors. Now, the argument that the EFF is making is that before we can even talk about how corrupt, how dodgy, I mean, when you listen to some of these stories that these people he's appointing have done, backdating of contracts, tenders of 800 million rands, I mean, this is not the caliber of people you'd want to give such a responsibility. But even before we talk about those shenanigans, the minister did not follow the due process as it relates to the Skill Development Act. So we wrote to him and we told him, you breached 14A, you breached 15.1, and you breached 15.4. Even the statement that he released today doesn't speak about that process. He wants to fixate the country around this issue of he's going to take this thing to the Public Services Commission to scrutinize these names. I mean, why would you do that now? Because if you are a thinking minister, if you're a minister that takes your job seriously, you were supposed to scrutinize these people way before you appointed them.
So are you saying that the whole...
And just last year, he went after Jacob Zuma and the MK party, accusing Duduzile Zuma of fronting the organization through nepotism.
Dudu Zuma sits in front. You don't even know what is her position. She's just there. Hello, Commander. How Commander Dudu?
So clearly, Lonzi is no stranger to controversy. But here's the bigger question. Should age matter in politics? Helen Zille is 75 years old. That's a fact. But is that enough to disqualify her from leadership? Let's remember, she's not the only leader in South African politics. And internationally, we've seen leaders like Joe Biden in the US and Paul Biya in Cameroon still holding office well past their 70s. The debate is whether experience brings wisdom or whether age brings decline. At the Gertrude Shope Memorial Lecture, Minister Naledi Pandor made an important point. She said young women are needed in leadership, yes, but they should not undermine the experience of older women. Instead, collaboration between generations could yield far better results. So who's right here? On one hand, Sihle Lonzi and his fellow EFF MPs argue that a city like Johannesburg, Africa's supposed economic hub, deserves innovative, vibrant leadership that reflects the energy of a younger generation.
There's no DA which is going to dissolve any Johannesburg here. Huh? There's no DA that will dissolve. If Stonehaven's life is dissolved, he must not think that that's going to happen in Johannesburg. It's not going to happen, that one. Johannesburg is stable. Johannesburg has got a mayor, and the MMCs are up to task. A lot of those MMCs are up to task. They are trying their level best with limited resources and difficulties that we're confronted with in Johannesburg.
On the other hand, voices like Naledi Pandor remind us that dismissing older leaders entirely could mean losing valuable experience, institutional memory, and political wisdom. At the end of the day, the debate isn't just about Helen Zille, it's about the balance between youthful energy and seasoned experience. So what do you think? Should leaders like Helen Zille retire from active politics and make way for younger generations? Or is age just a number and what really matters is competence, vision, and ability to deliver? Drop your thoughts below. If you are new here, don't forget to like, share, subscribe to Heads Up SA for more breakdowns of South Africa's hottest political debates. Keep your heads up, SA.
I woke up. You know, there's this wrong perception. I personally, on a personal level, and this I say very begrudgingly, Helen Zille is a wonderful person. Forget politics. Helen Zille is a wonderful person. I've been to her house. When you agree with Helen Zille, and when I agree with Helen Zille, they say, you, Helen Zille's tea boy. And I always laugh because when I went to Helen Zille's house, she was making tea for me. And I had the urge to record it there, and I thought, no, let me not. I remember I went to Helen Zille's house for the first time. And when I got there, I'm like, Helen, I think you gave me wrong directions. She said, no, are you at the gate? I said, yes, come in. And I went in, I'm like, Helen, is this your house? This looks like an RDP house. Our house is very tiny, eh? I said to Helen, I think you wrongfully, corruptly took an RDP house. I can tell you Helen Zille is feisty. The DA will be worse off if Helen Zille is not the leader. I wish they can get rid of Helen Zille. I really, really wish that. I wish they can get rid of her for my own selfish reasons. Helen Zille, when she's on the ground, doing door to door, people just love her. And I hate the fact that some of my own people love her. And I just think that people mustn't, I've got great respect and admiration, but I hate her politically. Not for her views, because she's a rival. And I just think that Helen Zille is probably one of the best South Africans we've ever had in this country.
Thank you, guys.
White supremacists. And if you look at the Western Cape, you'll see that black people are abused there. They live in shit conditions.
Welcome back to Heads Up SA, where we break down South Africa's political conversations and ask tough questions others shy away from. EFF Member of Parliament Sihle Lonzi once again stirred debate, this time targeting DA Federal Council Chairperson Helen Zille. It all started when Power FM posted a clip of Helen Zille exiting the studio after hosting a special 987 Women Edition show. Celebrating Women's Month, she was given flowers, a warm